leveled up, I thank God. Straight from the mud, now it's time to get the pie. Sweat, his and blood, you can see it in my eyes. I thank God. Straight from the mud, now it's time to get the pie. Sweat, his and blood, you can see it in my eyes.
Okay, I am hoping that this is going to work and not keep crashing, which I think it crashed because of the VPN. So y'all bear with me because I am on the mobile version and I know that StreamYard does not do well with VPNs. So if it kicks me out, just bear with me. I'll jump right back in. I want to thank everybody for your patience. Let me get to these comments. There's a lot of people already in the chat. All right, so y'all make sure if you are tuning in on YouTube, let me drop the link for Rumble. Oh, that's already up there. All right, so if you're on YouTube, because we are multi-streaming to YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and of course, Rumble. Now, Rumble is the platform that this live is going to continue on. So, I'm going to keep it on YouTube for right now to let some people come in, because I already know by the title, it's going to be people watching. Oh, I know all of y'all are watching, even the real rejects of YouTube. Jaguar, I know you are tuning in as well. So hello to all the trolls. And hello to all of the DzPeepz. Now, I got the link for my Rumble channel up on the screen. It's also in the chat. Y'all be sure to hit the link and get over to Rumble, because that's where we're going to end this live. I'm probably only going to do I'm probably only going to do this live on YouTube as long as I'm going to play the video. That's why I had to keep delaying the start of the live, because The content with the voicemail she had left Goomba was a lot longer than I realized. I didn't know that video was over 6 minutes, so I had to edit that because I screen recorded it. I didn't do any editing to the actual screen recording other than just cut off unnecessary dead footage. But y'all know I'm a super analyzer, and of course I continue to pause and rewind so I can make sure that I heard what I heard. Just like when I did the analysis of Sormisha Bussy Alize Jenkins video, that terribly AI altered fucking content by whoever the fuck was the amateur that called themselves editing that. For all I know, they might have hired Nick Mountain Goat Production to do that bullshit. At the end of the day, the shit was horrible. And I'm not taking none of that back. I don't know why. Let me just address this because I already know that all of the bots and the robots and the real rejects, I know y'all punk asses is coming. That's why I didn't even edit down the chat. At the end of the day, when you have a profession in not only editing but broadcast television network editing, you have very much an eagle eye. I catch everything. That was just, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Storm, because I heard you've been watching lately too. Storm Monroe, let me just say your full, YouTube name. Sir, who got paid to make, I want to know who got paid to create that terrible content. Can somebody please tell me how a plastic dustpan flaps like eagle's wings if it's not AI altered content? Can we just use common sense and critical thinking skills instead of whatever delusional YouTube game all of y'all play with each other? You know what I really think about all you real rejects of YouTube? I think all of y'all should have a big ass orgy. I really figured it out. I think some of y'all are sexually frustrated. Now, I'm celibate by choice, but I handle my sexual frustration by myself, okay? If you know, you know. Now, with that being said, there's really got to be something wrong with anybody who can look at that and say, that wasn't altered. It really shows your own lack of intelligence. If you honestly believe that with your own two eyes, that a goddamn dustpan flaps in the motherfucking wind, there's something wrong with you. Okay? So I give no fucks who believes the footage. I know what I analyzed. Just like I analyzed that content, I analyzed the video I'm about to show y'all. Now, the video I'm about to show y'all is for the purposes of fair use. Before I get into the video, I want to make sure I address the main subject at hand. Did Jaguar Wright sex traffic women for the diddler? That is the question at hand. Because according to this lawsuit that her and Old Musty swear up and down, she couldn't possibly have participated because she was locked up. I'm not saying that that's not true. I just want to see some evidence. It could be true. But here's even my thought process on that. Let's say you produce some evidence that says you were incarcerated on set dates listed in this document here. This very long document that I have now downloaded that I took screenshots of. I have the whole thing. Even if you were incarcerated on said dates, does not mean that the events did not take place on a different date. Now, Before I continue, as you guys always know, all commentary is alleged for the purposes of education, entertainment, and all that jazz. I'm going to get to all of y'all comments in a second. However, for the sake of the tube, I shall put this up on the screen. Now, I do a lot of investigative research because if this past year has taught me anything, is that a lot of people are completely full of shit, especially on this app. I'm one of the very rare, real ones out in these YouTube streets. Okay. Shout out to Goddess Mercy. That's another real one. Fucks with Mercy. Okay. She be doing her shit on her readings. Shout out to Mercy. Now, outside of that, also, shout out to the Freestyle King, Little Flip. Another real one, you know. Not like all you fake ass wannabe motherfuckers on this app. You real rejects of YouTube, you Garbage Pail Clan members, you geriatric real rejects of YouTube. All you motherfuckers that ain't got shit else better to do than to talk and watch and talk and watch and see. Here's the thing. I don't even care if you talking shit. Guess what? If you talking shit, that means you're watching. Thank you for watching. Trolls, all of you, thank you for your views, okay? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And turn on your notification bell. That way you get notified every time I go live or upload. Be sure to click the like button on the way in. Hit the like, share the video, comment, participate in the chat. Now, let me just tell y'all up front, because I did not set any limits on the chat, so, you know, trolls will probably trickle in. We don't entertain non-motherfucking factors in the chat. If there is a comment that I miss, try to get my attention. But y'all know sometimes I don't be paying attention to the chat when I just be in my zone. Eventually I'll get to them, and if not on the replay, I will, and they'll get reported and blocked. Remember that their objective is to distract you from what I'm speaking about. But I purposely left the chat open because I have a feeling some people may have some things to say. Now would be your time to voice how you feel. It ain't gonna stop me from investigating you motherfuckers. All of y'all. What I need to know, how involved was Jaguar Wright in the events that took place at the Diddler's Freak-Offs? Now, you said on Pierce Morgan that your role at the Diddy parties was a dominatrix. As I've been open with y'all and shared with y'all, I explored the BDSM kink lifestyle and the swinging lifestyle for about 2 years, from 2012 until the early part of 2014. And well, more like the end of 2012, beginning of, June, about a year and a half, close to 2 years. Out here in Houston, okay. Of course, I'm celibate now, but was on some freaky shit back then. Wanted to just explore, and quite honestly, it was the first female I ever had a sexual encounter with. Introduced me to all of this, and we had fun. I ain't gonna hold y'all. It was fun. That's why I was there, for fun, kink, freaky, Scorpio, exploring shit I never had before, and I honestly quite enjoyed it. With that being said, there's a difference between going to, a personal invitation party where you cater and you bring, you get your business contacts, and everybody knows at 11, if you're not getting down, you got to go. So we all know everybody in that motherfucker has something to lose. That's why phones and, photos and videos aren't allowed outside of those that you have a group consent to do videos, which, all kinds of things go down in these environments that everybody gives consent to. Let me say that one more again, that everybody gives consent to. So where there is consent, there is no one being raped. There's no one being locked in rooms. There's no one being forced or coerced or drugged or given baby oil laced in GHB. But what a dominatrix does is dominate. That domination typically comes with some form of degradation and pain that the submissive craves. See, a masochist, for those who are not familiar with the BDSM world, stands for bondage, dominance, submission, masochism. BDSM, okay? A masochist enjoys for you to inflict pain on them. Therefore, it is consensual kink and play with safety words that let you know when shit's going too far, okay? There's there's a difference between exploring kink and having fun and a bunch of adults consenting. A man might ask you to stomp on his nuts because he gets off on that pain. He might ask you to kick him in his shit because he gets off on pain. He might want you to choke his ass. He might want you to put him inside of a cage. He might ask you to peg him. He might ask you to strap him. He might ask you to, all kinds of shit. He might want to bark. He might want to be on a leash. He may want a ball gag. He may want a swift kick right up the ass because it hits his prostate and then he orgasms. People be into all types of freaky shit. You just never know. However, very different from abducting and trafficking and transporting women to the diddlers. Now, you say, Jaguar, that you did not do this. You say that you were locked up. I would love to see that. I absolutely would love to see that evidence. Now, what I did see is that on the 2nd of this month, you filed to be dismissed from the case. Are we going to see evidence? Or is that why you went to Mar-a-Lago? See, y'all, just, so many things. So many pieces of puzzles have been put together. Humpty Dumpty actually was able to be put back together. But certain things are starting to make crystal clear sense. Because allegedly, President grabbed him by the pussies at the top of the Epstein files. We know that he was on the Diddler's invitation list because I showed you guys the video from, remember, 1984? Remember that? He was at the party with Oprah and Ellen. Remember her? Shall I show the video again? I think I will. And this is from Instagram. Let me switch my banner. Now, let me hide all the comments. For those that want to contribute to the channel, since I do not use super chats, super stickers, or enable memberships, feel free to send any donations to support my channel to my Cash App or Venmo scrolling across the bottom of the screen. All video content tonight is for the purposes of education, entertainment, investigative research. It's covered by the fair use clause scrolling across the bottom of the screen. For the purposes of education, entertainment, news reporting, scholarship, investigative research, and blowing the spot off all these motherfuckers. Now, I'm gonna play this video that I saw on Instagram. And again, Ellen is the host here. Just pay attention to what is going on.
they did a live child auction at the 2014 Oscars, and then we all laughed.
Hi. Hey, Jeffrey, how are you?
And then she says hello to Jeffrey Epstein at the beginning.
How's everybody doing? Good? Is anybody hungry? I just feel like everybody's got to be hungry right now. Good. I was hoping you'd say that, because I have this crazy idea that I will order pizza. And so if I do, I don't want it to go to waste. Who will eat pizza if I... Jennifer? Yes? Harrison? Yes? Yes? All right. 2 large? What do you think? I'm going to order some pizza. That's what I'll do.
And then the money in the hat part was like mocking the church. And then the names like Kevin Spacey, Weinstein, like none of that aged well.
So I borrowed Pharrell's hat, and I thought I'd pass it around and get some money for the pizza, because nobody ever really, what do you have, Harvey? 200?
200.
That's a start. That's a start. Let's see, what do you have? John, what you got, 20? Kevin?
20. That's for you.
Thanks so much. Okay.
And then notice that she changes to white when she serves the pizza. And you know what party is all white?
Come on down. We have cheese. We have different kinds. Who's hungry? Who's going to eat on the side? Okay. Cheese, that's a cheese. Yeah. Julia wants cheese. Who's your favorite movie star? They're here. Who do you want to talk to? The whole thing? All right. Great, great. And then I don't have any money. Who here has... Sandy? Where's Harvey Weinstein? Harvey. Harvey. No pressure. Only 1 billion people watching. Whatever you feel is right.
It's like they had an inside joke that they thought would never get out. Like they went really overboard with the pizza obsession, which I feel like makes it more suspicious. And then it's like if they were talking in code, pizza means children because we know about Pizzagate. And then based on that, cheese is girl, meat hot dog would be boy because... And they talk about it in code because they get off to doing it in front of everybody secretly. Like only the elite understand what's going on. What other purpose would there be for this? If you don't believe me, explain why all of this nonsense. Let me know what you think about this. Obviously, you don't have to believe this. It's just fun. It's a...
Party on the bed. Hey, Mama said don't jump on the bed. We jumping.
There's kids.
On the bed.
Pause it. There's kids. This is why this is so important to me. I really need to know the role of this person that I supported for years. You know, here's the thing about religious people. I'm going to tell you why I think it's possible that Jaguar could have done this stuff. Kojic, background. Father is a legend in the music industry. From what her own son Sam said, she was spoiled beyond measure. That's why she's super entitled, narcissist. But regardless, religious. This is the similarity I see from the bullshit I come from. It's always perfectly acceptable for people who come from religions to be evil as fuck behind closed doors and be fake as fuck before the crowd. How is it that not only me, but thousands of men, women, and children, even where I am from, these cults, these churches, why is sexual abuse so common? Like, I've been searching for this answer since I was a kid. Why is this shit so common amongst children? Why did we have to form packs and go in groups to the bathroom as teenage girls because girls at our church were getting raped during service and people were just acting like it didn't happen, and to go up in the sanctuary and sit next to your rapist and keep having church? Why is it a commonality between the music industry, the entertainment, and religion? Why is the joke about the Catholic Church abusing little boys? Why is that even a fucking joke? While I love South Park, some shit goes too far. And why is it that when you do speak up about it, everybody gets mad? Platforms start taking down your content. People start getting in their feelings. Is it because you've been a part of those who have abused others? Or is it because PTSD has triggered behind you being a survivor? I can fully understand if it's the latter. But I'm getting real tired of everybody acting like, oh, you shouldn't speak on this, when this has been my experience as a child. Why is it that the man that did rape me, that I was told to be silent about, he was raped and molested by women that babysat him that were members of our church? I find it hard to believe that Jaguar's innocent. I don't believe anymore that you're a truth teller. I used to. I really did. That's why I supported you the way I did. Not just the behavior that you did to me, but the behavior that you did to many others. Before you did what you did to me and after. But the Goomba shit that I'm about to play again solidified that when you choose darkness, you are powerful to a certain extent in darkness to those that don't know how to spiritually protect themselves. But you are a danger to yourself when you drink. I genuinely hope that one day you see that shit and get help like I did when I used to be an alcoholic. I can't even judge you, man, because I used to be an alcoholic. Like, I can't even judge you for real. All I can tell you is what looks familiar. But the way you plummeted into darkness when God made that separation in February. I keep telling you this for a reason. You're choosing the wrong side. Spiritually. This is not about me. This is not about you. This is not about any previous alignment. I'm spiritually speaking, in 1000%, you have chosen the wrong side. And that side is using you. And they're going to collect your soul when they're done with you. You know that, though. You're fully aware. What you also never told me in all the offline conversations we had was that you were responsible for Giovanni volunteering at Jay-Z's label. That changes things for me, because this whole time you've made it seem like Giovanni was killed as a result of you speaking out against Diddy and Jay-Z. But you never said that you took your son to Jay-Z to be an intern. So again, my overly analytical, overthinking, scorpionic brain had to start putting some pieces of the puzzle. So she took him to Jay-Z. when you knew what he was capable of? Can you please make that make sense? Why you would take your son to that man if he was such a horrible monster to you? Was the horrible behavior after you took Giovanni to intern? I just, you know, like now I don't even, man, I swear to God, I hope you didn't do that shit, bruh. I know I don't fuck with you, but I'm just saying, I mean, I hope to God you ain't do that whole ass shit to your son. I hope them rumors is just fucking rumors. Because it's a lot of people in these YouTube streets that keep saying that you allegedly sacrificed your son. And I really hope that's not true. For your sake, I hope that that's not true. Because it's starting to look suspect. I didn't know that. See, all the while you were in the chat, spreading love. Thank you for doing God's work. When we look at the behavior of narcissists, what's the first thing a narcissist does to get you to trust them? They love bomb you. See, you kept talking about trolls. And what I realized, Jaguar Wright, is that you create trolls because you are a troll. That's all you do is troll everybody else's YouTube. You said it yourself. Hell, you said it on my live, on my channel, that you watch everybody every hour on the hour. You got way too much fucking time on your hands. And you could sing. I mean, shit, you could be putting out albums if you would stop smoking cigarettes. I mean, you could actually utilize your skill set on this platform. Besides keeping up drama and talking about people and their children being raped and killed, but yet claiming that you a minister. And now I understand the whole defender of freedom. It was, well, shit's hit the fan for me. Let me align with the president so I can get pardoned. The most cooning choice. You want to keep talking about the damn Black Panthers. And what I know is that Malcolm X is ashamed of you. I'm just going to be real. Like, Malcolm X ain't fucking with your energy, boo. Y'all can call me crazy if you want. You know I channel motherfuckers all the time. Malcolm ain't fucking with you, Jaguar, because you a straight ass coon, bruh. You went from calling out all of these alleged sex offenders, people you said you had witnesses ready to come forward, coming out against Beyonce and Jay-Z. Where the fuck they at? Because everybody else act like if you talk about Jay-Z or Beyonce, you're of the devil, because they don't even understand how just bewitched they really are. Idol worship is not of God. Y'all worship these people as their God. I'm gonna tell you something. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. Can't nobody take away from me my experience when I died and went to heaven. When I tell you I hated coming back to this planet, I hate it every day. I don't care how positive, I fucking hate planet Earth. Once you go to heaven, you do not want to come back to this bitch. Because it's I can't even explain, just that it's just horrible compared to heaven. Heaven's just nothing but bliss. Just like there's no time, ain't no day, ain't no night. You just exist eternally in bliss, and then you come back down to this bullshit. Like, god damn. But I got a mission to do, and I signed a soul contract, so I got to do it. And what them angels told me was they said bust it open. Show them where they've been deceived. Show them the truth. It don't even matter if they don't like it. I'm just a messenger. I am not God. But at the end of the day, if you know God chose you and you choose darkness, you can't be mad at shit that happened to you. You can't complain about none of that shit because you chose it. You attracted it. You signed a contract, but you signed a contract with the wrong deity. And you lost your spiritual protection. You think Baphomet finna protect you? Fuck no. Them deities are gonna use your ass and toss your ass and then take your soul. How you think all these celebrities knew it was their time to go? They know when the bill collector comes to collect. They know what's up. So now I'm wondering, I'm not even wondering, I'm already knowing what happened. But here's the thing, it's not for me to reveal it. It's gonna come from, oh damn, it's gonna come from your seed. Shit, I knew it. Well, that's what the ancestors just said, it's gonna come from your seed. I pray for your son every day, I really do. I pray for Sam. Because he has to endure things that wasn't his fault. Because of you. And as a woman who's lost 5 to miscarriage, I could never even allow someone to put it in my mind to sacrifice my child. Because I know what it's like to lose 5 and wanted them. I don't understand, other than just the clearing of consciousness that they do, how any woman can carry a baby and sacrifice it, whether as an infant, an adult, preteen. There are people that have said, allegedly, and again, I don't know if any of this is true. These are just things I've heard in these YouTube streets from multiple people within the industry who have claimed that allegedly Jaguar sacrificed Giovanni, and the real reason she spoke out against Jay-Z and Diddy is because she didn't receive the reward promised for sacrificing him. Now again, I am not saying that. I have heard that from multiple content creators. So allegedly. Now, of course, when we were aligned, I didn't believe that. Y'all knew that. I defended her vehemently. But again, after hearing the Goomba shit, yeah, I wouldn't put it past you. I'm just being real. I wouldn't put it past you at all. I think that when you plummet into that place of pain, you're capable of anything. And that at times you can become a danger to yourself and others if you're not under control. But it's never a thing that I fear. Because any energy rising up against me shall fall by the wayside immediately and be destroyed. And chaos and confusion will come about your life, and death and hell will follow your own evil intentions back to you. It'll never come to me. But maybe the reason you became a whistleblower was to cover your own ass. And in the year of 2025, all shall be uncovered of those who participated in these rituals. Now, maybe as a dominatrix, you were given orders to participate in things. This woman alleges in this case that you were a part, allegedly, of the group of women that drove women to Diddy's house, and specifically that you were a part of the young lady who was assaulted with the remote control. That's what I'm going to show you guys during this live. It's from the actual case, not gossip, not something I made up. Because I ain't like the rest of you real rejects of YouTube. I actually research and then bring forth what I research, which is why I do want to be in an environment where I can have my laptop and green screen and have the space to set all that up. Because I want to actually share screen instead of taking a bunch of screenshots and trying to pull them on the screen. This party where these people are dancing on Diddy's bed. How many of these parties did you attend, Jaguar? You said that you was a dominatrix at Diddy's parties. So, I mean, how many of these videos are you in that haven't circulated yet? Because we know that they record when shit goes down. That's how they make sure nobody snitches on anybody. Everybody has something to lose. So everybody gets recorded in an act that you won't be able to deny. Me personally, I don't care. I told y'all I like pussy, so I mean, there's shit. I told y'all that I like pussy just as much as I like dick, and yes, I have dated couples and did all that shit, and it was fun at the time. I was a dom switch, never a dominatrix, because some of the shit that I was asked to do, I couldn't do. Some shit was too far. Some shit was too much. And given what I've been through and healing PTSD, I'm only going to go so far before I don't enjoy what's going on. So everybody has different tolerance levels for things. Apparently, according to what you said to Goomba, it seems like you have a tolerance for watching people get bullets put in their head based off what you said, Jaguar. You said they're not going to need me for this one. Shall I play the video? I think I should.
Listen to me, you fucking coward.
Now, before I go further with the video, trigger warning for those who have not seen this video. This is a video that's been circulating on YouTube, and I screen recorded this, so this has not been heavily edited. There's not even motion graphics on this shit. I just screen recorded it and recorded myself analyzing it the same way I recorded myself analyzing the damn AI shit from Storm's channel, because that is what I do as an actual broadcast editor and multimedia producer. I analyze footage and content. This is Unhinged. Jaguar Wright threatens Nicki's poor kids. Now, for those who don't know, Goomba is an ex-husband of Jaguar. I do believe he was her either second or third husband. I believe. Yeah, second husband, I think. Yeah, because Sam said he was his stepfather. Yeah, and then they got put out. Okay, I had to put it all back together. Regardless, her and Goomba's relationship was very toxic. I remember when they were trying to do that show a few years back. Because again, I've been following Jaguar on Storm's channel since 2018. Really like later part of 2017. And I just saw her at the time as a woman who, you know, was fucked up from the industry, getting out of it, being a truth teller, exposing shit. And I've acknowledged that she has shared with the public about her previous diagnosis with bipolar disorder and all of that. I don't know what her current mental health diagnoses are. It's not really for me to know. What I do know is that spiritually you need to heal. I know that. I know that when we were aligned and we spoke offline and on my lives, that my channel has always been a place of refuge and healing for you. And me even doing the Storm footage was for nothing more than because I didn't want to believe that he had did that shit to her, and I didn't want to believe that they were in that space, because it's like, damn, I found you on this nigga's channel. Now y'all falling out. Well, then I realized when a person is not healed and they know that they need help and they refuse to get it, the only thing they can do is lash out to everybody. See, again, I have a sister who's bipolar schizophrenic. She does the same thing. She'll go months, sometimes a year, without speaking to anybody, and then she'll come around and she'll have her super high highs and everything's great, and then she'll have her super low lows, and she's calling the police on people and saying that people attacked her when they didn't. So some of Jaguar's behavior, for those that could not understand why I was so patient with her, it's honestly because of that, because I have a sister that goes through that. And whether she wants to admit it or not, yes, she exhibits signs of both of those. But that doesn't mean that, oh, she's crazy. It doesn't mean that I'm crazy because I have spiritual gifts. It doesn't mean that I'm crazy because I forgive a person. I can forgive you and not be angry at you and still never fuck with you again. That's the beauty of being a Scorpio. When we say we're all or nothing, we mean that shit. It doesn't mean like, oh, I'm angry, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. No, it's like, man, shit, it is what it is. Shit happened for a reason. I hope you heal, but in the meantime, I'm going to examine your ass because now I realize that, yeah, beyond a shadow of a doubt, you are not at all who I thought you were. And I'm grateful for the lesson, and now I want to see what role did you actually play, because you're not innocent. You know way too much fucking shit. Way too much for somebody that wasn't involved, miss. They're not going to need me for this one. That sounds like a person who has been involved. That sounds like a person who's done this before. They're not going to need me this time. How many times did they need you, Jaguar? How many sacrifices have you allegedly participated in? How far did your dominatrix role go? Were there safety words involved? Did you peg men until they were unconscious? You know, some people like that freaky shit. Let me tell y'all, there was a female, matter of fact, the first female I ever sexually was with. First female who I ever like ate her pussy, basically. Okay? She loved being choked to asphyxiation, and it freaked me out the first time that happened because I wasn't prepared for that. I thought the bitch had died. I was like, we going to jail. I'm not going to jail because we on some freaky shit. Why this bitch ain't breathing? They like, oh no, she likes that shit. You know, she'll come to. I was like, okay. Again, I was new to all that at the time. So, I mean, it's people that, you know, some people do corpse play. I mean, people get into all, there's so many kinks, y'all. So many. It's endless. It's infinite. Hell, my kink list is over 100. I'm just saying it is. You know. It's one thing to have fun. It's another thing to participate in a satanic sexual ritual that's not kink. That's beyond safety words and kink and fun and, you know, that's sacrificing a person. So now, if it's true what you said on Too Strongs or Too Short or Two Dumbasses, because I don't like them motherfuckers either. I just don't. I don't like the way them bitch ass niggas handled all of us the last time. And I know we don't fuck with each other no more, but when we was all aligned and we pulled up on Too Strong, that little light skin looked like he liked to get it up the ass, was acting like a hoe ass bitch. And you know what? Yes, in this moment I'm gonna be scorpionic petty, nigga. I still remember that shit. Yes, I'm holding a grudge because you a bitch ass nigga for the way you treated me, Maggie, and Jaguar at the time, because that was fucked up for a hoe ass nigga to do that shit. Now, that don't mean, oh, D's take, nah, I just remember when you did that bullshit. Now, with that being said, you said, Jaguar Wright, on their channel that you, how do I know Beyonce is a dark witch? Because it takes one to know one. See, what you didn't ever clarify was whether or not you were a dark witch. I knew you were a dark witch when you told me you was getting beat up by demons every night. Because they not fucking with the chosen, you know. They know better. Again, demons believe and tremble. Therefore, they bow down to the chosen. They don't fuck with us. They do fuck with the low vibrational ones, though, who have allegedly aligned with those deities. See, you thought that when you told me about the demons beating you up, that was the first time I knew about it. I was already aware of them beating you up and praying for you in the spiritual realm before I ever prayed for you online. Before I ever prayed for you over the phone, I was already praying for you. I was already interceding for you because I saw them spirits on you. I saw legion on you. Again, I've cast demons out of people in real life. The Conjuring, I've done that shit in real life multiple times. Successfully. I have successfully cast demons out of people. Buildings, unfortunately, even churches where I later found out they were doing, sexual abuse there. And nobody wanted to hold, the leaders accountable. That seems to be a consistent theme within all these areas of elite. How y'all just let this shit go. Well, God's not letting it go. And if it is indeed true that you have been pretending to be a whistleblower all these years, well, I think I want to be the one to blow the spot up on that shit. Especially given the fuck shit you did to me when all I did was support you and pray for you. I think I want to be the one. Same way I, discovered the storm shit. Just out of the goodness of my heart. Didn't ask you for shit. Didn't want shit. Just did that because I know this nigga didn't. Yes, the fuck he did. And then took the shit down and ran his ass off to Ghana. Storm, can I just, let me get my funky dynamic voice. Is it me or is you a bitch ass nigga? Now look, I don't fuck with Jaguar, but look, I still hold you accountable for that whole ass shit. That was the worst AI edit I've ever seen in my life. And if it's true that you and Trafficking orchestrated that, Kibi Studios, where did you get your editing education from? Do you even know how to use Final Cut Pro? Do you know how to use Adobe Premiere and After Effects? Because who at your studio edited that? That was horrible. My nephew could have did a better editing job than that. He just got his degree. Amazing with editing. Even more precise and analytical than me, which is expected from another Scorpio. But I'm just saying, that was the worst shit I've ever seen. Then you took the shit down after talking shit with, what's her name? Messy Berry, who's still obsessed with Steve Harvey, even though she says he's gay, allegedly. That's what she said, not me. All these real rejects. And in all of this chaos and bullshit, I'm looking for the truth. Okay, Storm's just as full of shit as she is. Storm is just as full of shit as Tasha K. I stopped following Tasha K when I started following Storm, when I seen how she little boyed Storm. But really, all of y'all are full of shit in y'all own ways. Y'all should just be friends. For all I know, y'all are. Because all of y'all are two-faced as fuck. And two-faced motherfuckers of a feather do flock together. Even if you might pretend to be enemies for clout on YouTube, I feel like all of y'all are friends for real. I feel like Trashy K, I think you did knock down Storm, allegedly. That's also been the rumor for years. The way he talked about your titties in front of your husband was giving cuckold. It was giving the Rayford. Y'all know how, let me roast right quick. Y'all know how Jonathan Hayes said, oh fuck, I forgot to take my sleep aid and I gotta get up early. Hold up, y'all. I gotta take that right now. Fuck, I meant to take that half an hour ago. But y'all remember how Jonathan Hayes said that allegedly Rayford, aka Ray J, aka Brandy's little brother, aka threatened Fab to get raped looking ass on The Breakfast Club. Y'all remember when Jonathan Hayes said that allegedly Rayford was the cuckold to Beyonce and Jay-Z, allegedly. And y'all know that Cassie Ventura gave her account, saying that allegedly Diddy liked the white fingernails and for her to be stroking up and down the men prostitutes. It seems like allegedly Jay-Z and Diddy, it just sounded like y'all was on some freaky shit. It sounded like y'all probably definitely went to the swinging parties and the BDSM parties, and I think y'all really just got off into what's it called? Their black sex magic. Oh, what is the Aleister Crowley sex magic? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Thelema. That Aleister Crowley founded sex magic shit that I realized later is exactly what they was doing when they said they was taking me to subspace. Them niggas was doing Thelema on my ass at them fucking parties, and I just didn't know it at the time. I'm not gonna lie, that shit felt good though. The euphoric, it felt like you were ascending to heaven through sex. It was the most amazing thing I've ever experienced in my life. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Now, the little satanic shit, you know, later on I found out that apparently even Jaguar said that shit they was preparing me for a sacrifice. Hell, I didn't know that shit. All I knew is when that Dom took me to subspace, that shit felt like I was ascending sexually through the heavens and the ethers, and it was better than any fucking high you could ever have, and it was an amazing experience. And since I have been able to do that on my own by myself, and also with someone who I used to have a sexual, little fuck buddy relationship with, you can do things sexually to heighten, to get yourself to certain metaphysical forms without having to participate in any sort of satanic, dark magic type shit. You ain't got to be doing all of that. You really don't. But I will say this. When I had that experience, that was the best shit I ever experienced in my life. And what's crazy is the environment that I was in at the time. It was very exploratory, I guess you could say. It wasn't anything dark or heavy. It was just people going through BDSM training sessions, essentially, is what it's called. But when I think about how people can take even something euphoric that is meant for the purposes of sexual enhancement and pleasure and turn that into a satanic ritual, is just the sheer darkness of their heart. Because you can have fun and be kinky without all that bullshit. You don't need to be sacrificing people's souls to a deity. I mean, like, for real. What? I guess I should be grateful I don't understand. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, I'm so serious. Jaguar, if you really did participate in this shit, what's wrong with y'all? Because you know how fun kink can be. You know that shit. Like, you can really just have a good time and be on some real kinky ass, slap me, fuck me, choke me, paddle me, whatever. You could be on some fun shit without having to damn sell people's souls. This is why I've been looking for these answers since my teenage years. What is it that they feel is so priceless on this condemned planet that they would sacrifice loved ones for wealth and fame? And the reality is, I would say, since I first saw you on Storm's channel, the years 2022 through 2025 are probably the years you've had the most attention, besides when you were touring and singing. Your singing was such a powerful thing that you lost your way with completely because of the clout and the ego state and all the attention on YouTube and Instagram. Your ego swelled and you forgot your gift, which is music. Because I will give it to you. I analyzed your music because I enjoyed it. When you were in the frequency of God in your music, you touched a lot of people's souls, including a lot of ours. That's why, all of y'all enjoy it when I would review, do a music review and all that. But your ego got so big with this app and social media that it's like you didn't just lose your way, you misled a lot of people. You're still misleading a lot of people because you're not who you've pretended to be. Unfortunately, there's too much evidence out here that shows that. Real recognizes real, just like real recognizes fake. If you were truly an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse, ain't no fucking way any of this shit that I'm about to show on this video would have came out your mouth. And this was just 2 years ago in 2023. This wasn't no video from 10, 15 years ago. You just said this shit 2 years and a few months ago. What, 2.5? Yeah, because it was in April, I believe. So 2 years and 5 months ago, you said this shit, which means that this is in your heart, which means this is you. I'll give it to you about Stormisha Bussy Alizé Jenkins. Yeah, he AI'd the fuck out of that content and it was horrible. Allegedly, he did, or his group, or they said it was trash. Okay, whoever the fuck. It was on your channel, niggas. So as far as I'm concerned, you're responsible for the shit. That was clearly AI. This is not AI. These are voicemails. You know voicemails, all of you youngsters that don't know nothing about voicemails, because all y'all do is text each other and Snapchat each other and FaceTime each other. Y'all don't know shit about a phone and leaving a voice message. Yeah, these were voicemails that you left after he left you. And what makes matters worse is, how are you begging a bitch ass nigga? Goomba is like, have y'all seen Goomba lately? This nigga be wearing the false eyelashes and shit like the females do. I mean, I think Goomba, is he not living in his truth? I thought maybe he was out. Didn't he come out on Storm's channel? I had heard that in these YouTube streets, that allegedly he came out on Storm's channel a couple of years ago. All I know is you talk so much shit about all these bitches you said that be lusting after these gay ass niggas in the industry, but I mean, your second husband, hello. You can't tell me you ain't know that Goomba like dick too. You can't tell me that shit. I can look at that motherfucker and tell that we both got a gaydar. I'm just saying. It's like you was crying and going off about this nigga, which shows somewhere along the line, Jaguar, you never learned how to love yourself. And that's sad. For real. That's really sad when you think about it. You damn near 50. The same shit you did with Goomba, you did with Odell. And I didn't even know about it because I was off YouTube. Yeah, because that was after Danny did that whole ass shit with the straight. After playing my content on his or her channel, because I still don't know what your gender is. I was just like, damn, y'all, I mean, shit, y'all told me she did a 12-hour live going in on Odell. It's like you do that to everybody, like everybody that tries to fuck with you, bro. You fuck it up. And what that really means, Jaguar, is that you don't believe that you're worthy of love that doesn't come without sabotage. You don't believe you're worthy of that. Because if you did, you wouldn't keep fucking off everybody. Like, the more I listen to this shit I'm about to play, I'm like, man, she really didn't love herself. I wish I would. I wish I motherfucking would be a female that's gonna, first of all, chase it. I don't chase nobody. Even if I fucks with you. I might support your ass and put your shit out there, but ain't nobody chasing after you, because, baby, I'm the prize all the time. All the time. I know I'm your blessing. Ain't no fucking way you thought that about yourself doing this dumbass shit. I mean, because it didn't get you nowhere. All you did was make yourself look unhinged. And then you mad at people for playing this shit. You the one that did it, hell. This shit is sad for everybody. It's sad for you. It's sad for him, his mama, her kids, and everybody else that thought you was a for real truth teller. See how I told y'all in 2024, I said everybody involved in these rituals is getting exposed in 2025. For a while you were getting healed on my channel and on yours, and when you were aligning your frequency with the Most High God. I don't know what they did. I don't know if them niggas pulled up on you and was like, yo, if you keep going down this path, we gonna kill. I don't know what they did, but that 360 your ass did. And then the cooning for, like I said, man, the ancestors is upset with your ass. They like, this bitch trying to put us back, all these. Like, the cooning for Trump is where I drew the line. I said, not this motherfucker is cooning in Mar-a-Lago. And yo nigga called and was like, what do you think? And I said, it's not a good idea. What do you think? It'll be good for her in the press. Ain't nobody, let me tell you something. Real niggas ain't fucking with that motherfucker in the office. I don't give a damn what y'all say. Real niggas is not fucking with President grabbing by the pussy. They not. All you did was lose all credibility with the black community. You got a few straggling ass MAGA, black folks, but the majority niggas ain't fucking with you. The same way they wasn't fucking with you before I did the Stormisha footage out of the damn sheer curiosity to want to know if that shit was true. It just seemed like it is impossible to support you. Like, I'm just really having this epiphany. Like, I really tried, bruh. It's impossible. It is literally impossible because every time somebody tries to, I swear to God, you fuck it up. Every time. It's like, I can't even goddamn defend the behavior. All I can say is, man, I thought she was a truth teller. She ain't. Now I gotta see how far the rabbit hole goes with your involvement with Diddy and Jay-Z. We already know about your alleged involvement with Clive. You swear up and down you got connection with him. Stone Paxton said he said Clive ain't never met her. I could show you the DM if you want me to, because I still got all of that shit. That motherfucker was talking cash money shit about your ass, and I was too, because I don't like your ass. I mean, I forgive you, but I don't like the whole ass shit you be doing. At the end of the day, he said you don't know Clive. He said you nor Paperwork Party TV knows Clive Davis, that both of y'all been using Clive's name to clout chase. He don't know neither one of y'all. Now, I don't know, I trust that motherfucker about as far as I can throw, because of his involvement with Clive and Vasal. Then Vasal Benford being put on by Clive the same year Diddy was put on by Clive means that Vasal knows probably a fuck ton of shit about Clive and Diddy, and that's probably why ain't nobody heard shit out of his mouth. Now, here's the thing I do want to say about Stone. Again, Stone found my channel just like Jaguar did. I did not find these people. They found me, which says a lot. Because I am not no fucking celebrity. I'm just somebody, researching all you motherfuckers. How do we know Stone and Vasal wasn't involved in a lot of this shit? We don't know that. What we do know is that he found my channel right after I started the investigation about Angie. Immediately, the day after they said she was dead. And I immediately connected the dots to Satanic Ritual Calendar. I would have to go back and watch my old lives. I don't remember if he came in immediately or if it was like a week later. I really don't remember. But what I know is I've never heard him. So to find out that his bro was Vasal Benford, who I also had never heard of. And then to find out, Clive put him on. Angie had been exposing Clive for a long time, on and off of YouTube. She did speak highly of Diddy. I believe Angie knows the most about Clive because she was a part of his life longer than a lot of these new niggas. She knew him better than Diddy. She knew him better than Jay-Z. She knew him better than Lear Cohen. She knew him better than Whitney Houston. Keep in mind how long Angie was in the industry. This is my opinion. There was reason for them to sacrifice her, allegedly. You doing a tell-all documentary? Oh, no, bitch. No, you're not. The worst thing Angie Stone did was ever announce that. The minute she uttered that, my heart sank for her. I was like, man, they gonna take her out. I already knew that shit as soon as she said it. I was surprised they let her go as long as they did with all the shit she's been saying on YouTube. See, y'all was following her on Instagram. I was following her on YouTube. When her gematria calculator revealed Labyrinth, Child Sacrifice, Diddy, Jay-Z, Clive, Trump, all their names came up in her gematria under that. Labyrinth, Child Sacrifice. If the sacrificing and trafficking of children is an underground $1 trillion industry, why is it an industry? Has anyone ever logically thought about that? Why is something like that an industry? Because there are way too many people involved. Can't have an industry without a fuck ton of people participating. So everybody always want to clout chase after celebrities and people from Hollywood. And first thing I always ask myself is this person of light or of dark? If they're of dark, I'm not fucking with them. If I feel any dark energy, I'm not fucking with them at all. I don't give a damn about clout. I don't give a fuck about collaborating with the wrong people. No, if you want some satanic shit, we can't do business. If you are aligned with certain secret societies that pledge to Lucifer, we're not in alignment. No, I'm not doing business with you. No, I'm not fucking with you or none of your shit. Because I'm of the Most High God. High vibrational high priestess. It's a lot of y'all out here that think you under the radar and you not. I remember when Jaguar told me that when we first were aligned as this so-called family, right? We talked about meet and greets and where we would, places we were thinking of where everybody could be safe. And I remember that feeling of finally I have people who share my gifts, who understand, who I can align with. I thank God every day that never happened. Because it wasn't until later, matter of fact, right before the ambush on February 9th, that she told me that there was a bounty on her head in Houston. Why? What did you do? And to who? It was asked of me, did Jaguar Wright try to traffic you? Do you think her offering you the safe house was a way to try to get you shipped off in a container? A lot of people asked me that. When everything went down, and of course afterwards. I never really stopped and thought about that. But the more I thought about the conversation we had when it was me, her, Grace, and Ayasha, and they were upset because she claimed I gave away my, which I didn't fucking do. Talking about I gave away my location at the Airbnb. No, the fuck I didn't. Never showed the ad. Like, just people be saying dumb shit because they're fucked up and paranoid. Why would you give away your location? Motherfucker, why would I give away my fucking location? I'm a goddamn female that carries shit on me to protect myself. Come on now. The fuck? Talking about they're hunting truth tellers. It didn't sound like a warning. It sounded like a fucking threat. I could have 3 Mexicans at your door. Those were your words verbatim. And I'm thinking, like, is this bitch threatening me or warning me? Ain't I'm supposed to be family? This don't feel like a warning. It feels like a threat. They're hunting truth tellers. I could have 3 Mexicans at your door right now. They could get rid of you. Nobody would know. Really? Really? But we were family, right? Or were you sent to infiltrate, to try to get me to Yellow Beezy's house? Because that's exactly what I was told by people close to you. People you would be surprised that are close to you told me that. Multiple of them told me that. That allegedly that was your plan when you offered the safe house for a scenario that you created. And actually had me second guessing taking down my lives till I thought later, like, why am I taking down my lives? I'm not afraid of any of these people. See, when people think you're love and light and they think that you're green and you're naive and she speaks proper English, so she couldn't possibly be from the hood when I'm from the hood where they did drive-bys in my front yard every day growing up. My mom just raised us to, you know, have education and sense and a certain level of class in certain environments. And then when you in the hood with your niggas, that's when you in the hood with your niggas. But living in Nebraska, you can't be yourself. I can't be my hood self in a work environment. I can't be my hood self in a professional environment. So in those environments, I speak professionally. But I grew up in the hood where niggas got shot every day. Where the gangs fought in our front yard and the Crips walked us to school. You would be surprised just how hood the north side of Omaha dedicated to Malcolm X is. It's like, do y'all not take it serious when I say I'm from the home of Malcolm X? Did you not understand what Malcolm X stood for? Was Malcolm X a turn the other cheek, or was Malcolm X a rider? And you think I'm supposed to be scared of you? People often ask me why I try not to get upset. Well, I'm healing PTSD. And I have Graves' disease that affects my hormones. And I know what I'm capable of. And I've seen what I'm capable of, and I've scared myself when in certain situations when people put their hands on me. I'll never forget this. A dude I was dating when I was super skinny and modeling, he started flipping some shit that was addictive that I knew he was going to get hooked on, and he did, and came home and started tripping while he was high out of his mind and not off weed, and put hands on me. And I literally took all of my strength, small as I was, and threw that nigga across the apartment and off of me, because I don't deal with people being violent. Keep in mind, he put his hands on me first. He tried to choke me and shit. He was out of his mind. He was fucked off. I will never forget that. I didn't even know I could do that shit. He was twice my size. That's why I don't fight. I know what I'm capable of. But self-defense is self-defense. So, that means somebody put their hands on you first and then you defended yourself. So when people think, D's a goody two-shoes, D's a this bitch, you don't know me. Ask the people who do. And then keep it in mind. Not only are you not prepared to deal with the spiritual protection that I have, you need it. And you don't have it anymore. I don't think some of y'all realize that my connection to you was indeed your protection spiritually. And when you sabotage that, you're no longer protected. So those demons that I was fighting for you have now consumed you. And you live in heavy regret because you forgot about that when you tried to carry out the mission they gave you. You forgot where the protection came from. It's not from me. It was from the alignment of the Most High God within me, resonating with the Most High God within you. But when you decided to resonate with Baphomet, woe unto them that offend even the least of mine. It would be better that they had a noose tied around their neck and be plunged into the very depths of the sea, spoken by Yeshua, the true Christ. So now you've filed to be dismissed from this case that is going to court on October 14th. Oh, the irony of that date. That's the day after they start doing all of their preparation for All Hallows Eve on the Satanic Ritual calendar. And you filed a motion to be dismissed from the case on September 2nd, which is 5 days before the Marriage of the Beast Satanic Ritual. Shall I show that right quick? I think I should, for the non-believers. Because see, again, my job is to blow up the spot on the fake-ass liars. Can't be an advocate and a participant in a satanic sexual ritual. That doesn't work. Those two things don't align. Oh, there's all the case details too. I'm going to bring that up on the screen in a second because I could only load so many screenshots. But right now, I need the screenshot from the Satanic Ritual calendar. And I'm going to also drop the case number in the chat for those who want to research. Okay, is this the right one? Let's take a look. Is this... Oh, that's October. Okay, I've got to find... Bear with me. This is why I like having my laptop in share screen, so I don't have to search through screenshots, but I will do my best. Because y'all know I always come with receipts. Ain't nobody finna sit up here and talk about a bunch of shit and not show you evidence. Maybe it is... It might be this one. The images are small, so I can't see them until I get them on the actual screen. Ha! That is the one. Okay, let me try to zoom in without it reloading the page. Yep, there we have it, September 7th. And if this is your first time watching a live of mine, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe for more uncensored content and truth. Now, September 7th, Marriage to the Beast Satanic Ritual Holiday. Sexual is the ritual. Sacrifice, dismemberment. It's So let's remember that for September 7th. Now, that's 3 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated and 5 days after Jaguar filed for the motion to be dismissed from this case. Let me bring that up on the screen as well. Hold on a moment. Then I'll get back to the Goomba tape. Because, you know, I just like to always show receipts. Now, where is the screenshot? There's so many. Good Lord. I probably should have organized this better. Oh, there it is. Okay. Found it. All right. So let me carefully scroll and not reload. As you can see, on September 2nd, declaration of Jaguar Wright request to be dismissed from case by Jacqueline Wright. Court staff filed on 9/2/2025. Okay. So we got before that, you know, administrative motion to appear remotely via Zoom. At the 56th motion for sanctions, they received a lot of sanctions that were denied. Unfortunately for Odell Beckham, sir, all of your requests were denied. That was like, no ma'am, no ham, no turkey. We're not removing shit until the hearing. So, this case, which I'm getting ready to drop the case number in the chat, I will get to everybody's comments in a little bit. Because I see there's a shit ton of comments, but I want to stay on task. Okay. For those, here we go. There is the case number. So if you want to look up what I'm showing you, all you got to do is Google the case number and you will find it, as I did. So again, she filed on the 2nd to be dismissed from the case. I remember her talking about this when we were aligned. And I remember Odell having a conversation with the family offline and saying that it was all bullshit. That he says, you know, Jaguar says allegedly Ariel Mitchell is on payroll. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I do believe that. And that's not because of Jaguar. I told y'all that shit last year. Hell. Matter of fact, do y'all remember that shit? When I told y'all when she was on Sean Atwood's channel with Jaguar? If y'all remember me saying that specifically during that live, just put the letter S in the chat. I said it then. I said, oh, that bitch is two-faced. Speaking about Ariel, I knew she was two-faced then. I said it. I felt it. I was like, she's on the payroll. Just because she's representing, just because you're representing plaintiffs does not mean that you ain't playing both sides of the guy. We know how that shit goes. And one thing I will agree with Jaguar on about Ariel is that she is extremely duplicitous. She proved it beyond a shadow of a doubt, her two-facedness. Over and over and over. Like, hell, she even did it during that fucking live. It was Jaguar, Courtney, don't trust them new niggas, Uncle Ruckus looking, Ruku looking ass. It was his ass up there. What was the other one? The other cloud chaser. With he looked like the dude off the Sausage Party. What's his fucking name? Damn, it's crazy how I don't remember these people's names. The one that had Adria English on there talking shit about Jaguar and Natanya right after she did the live where she got all that money. These motherfuckers have really, truly been so full of shit. What's his fucking name? The one that looked like a damn sausage. Oh, I forgot his fucking name. Let me look at the chat and see if y'all remember. He's the one that had Adrian English on his channel, and she turned like within 6 days of getting, not Vlad, no, he's the black dude. Oh, what's his fucking name? Remember Courtney and Adria was on his channel talking shit about Natanya and Jaguar, like right after she did that fucking fundraiser live with them. And Jaguar up there singing gospel songs and Natanya praying for her. That bitch didn't give no fucks about either one of y'all. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's the black dude content creator. The one that said he was a single dad living in his car and then like his shit took off. Damn, I don't remember his name. Anyway, he looks like the main character off the movie Sausage Party to me. I cannot think of his name, but he was on the same live that was on Sean Atwood's channel, where Courtney Burgess was on there, Natanya Rubin was on there, Adrian English was on there, Ariel was on there, Jaguar was on there, Roro joined later, and then oh fuck, I can't think of the man's name, but he was on there. And no, not Ronnie Bo, because Ronnie Bo, well, he was an ally. I think she fell out. Didn't she fall out with Ronnie too? God damn, she fell out with everybody. No, it wasn't Ronnie Bo. It's the content creator that was just on that whole shit. He's the one, like I said, he had Adria and Courtney up there talking shit about Jaguar and Natanya like days within them doing that fundraiser for Adria. Wait, Neptune Pisces said, "Child, you know, I don't know. I don't remember either. But regardless, the point was Adria and Ariel. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I feel like all of that shit was staged. I feel like low-key, Ariel probably still represents Adria. That was all for publicity. I think Ariel wanted a moment. So why not attach yourself to Courtney Burgess, who's dragging Jaguar for filth? Because at the time, that's what was trending, was everybody dragging her for filth. At a time when I was supporting her, ironically. But Ariel always came across like she carries energy like she's for the highest bidder, allegedly. I don't feel a genuine bone from Ariel Mitchell Kidd's body. The bones on her body is just as genuine as that damn wig she wears on her head. I do feel like Ariel could very easily, allegedly, be getting paid by Jay-Z, because allegedly all of the streets, YouTube, Instagram, and regular streets, was saying that she was allegedly ill. I just can't even say that without almost vomiting. How the fuck can y'all lay down with Jay-Z? I'm sorry. I just don't get it. I don't get it. That nigga look like Joe Camel and Donkey Kong. I don't get it. I mean, I've seen him even attempt to be dressed up when he had on the suits and the dreads. The dreads made him look worse. I don't care how much money a nigga got, just if I can't get past your face, and I can't get past his face. I don't know how any of y'all laid down with him. Allegedly, Cloudy. They said she, allegedly she was too. I don't get it. Ew. It makes me want to vomit a little bit. But allegedly, they said that she was allegedly caught meeting Jay-Z at a particular hotel where he allegedly allegedly takes his hoes. I see that being more the truth. Because, ma'am, you know, when a person is a sincere advocate, you feel the sincerity. When they're not, you feel that too, especially as an empath. Just her making the statement that, well, I advocate for all of my clients. Do you, or do you just listen to the ones that's paying you the most? Because, ma'am, if you're an advocate for survivors, how could you possibly allegedly be fucking this nigga? That's what I just can't understand about any of y'all, including Jaguar. Now, I don't know if this is true, because I haven't been on your channel since May. But I had heard that allegedly, a few of y'all told me on the last couple lives that she had did a live about Jay-Z. I kept trying. How, Sway? All them times you was on panel with me, calling Jay-Z out on my channel, calling him out on your channel. How you doing lives crying over this nigga? Are you going, maybe it's a midlife crisis. Maybe that's what is really going on. Because it's like you've been speaking out against him, Beyonce, Diddy, Drake, everybody for years. And now all of a sudden you're reminiscing about when you sang what he, like, are you in love with this nigga? I'm trying to figure that out. Because I don't believe you're in love with Odell. I believe that's just another nigga you're using. It's just weird to me. I remember on my panel when you told him to do the right thing. You called him out. When we were on panel on my channel. You were like, Sean Carter, you need to do the right thing. Have you done the right thing? If you have witnesses, why have you not brought them forth? Where are they? The very first one you had on your Jaguar Wright show YouTube channel that I solely promoted and definitely got you your first 100 subscribers. When you had Tammy Wallace on there. That was after you did the bullshit. So no, I didn't. When it came on, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it until later, after she said what she said on Stone's channel in the comments. That was when I went to look at it, because she said that you bullied her because she didn't want to do part 3. And she said you became abusive even with her. She said that you lied to everybody. I remember that when you told everybody that she came up missing. I remember how that went viral all over YouTube. I was hearing about it. There's like, dude, everybody's saying that Tammy Wallace got kidnapped after Jaguar interviewed her. I was like, what? Because again, when I stopped watching your channel, I didn't watch. I was like, what, man, whatever. I was like, so now they saying she got kidnapped. I was like, man, that bitch didn't get kidnapped. She just didn't want to fuck with her ass. Do y'all remember me saying that shit out loud? I was laughing about it. Hell, I think I even did a roast about it. I said, she just don't want to fuck with your ass no more. That is exactly what Tammy said on Stone's channel in the comments. She said it in the chat and after the live. She's like, Jaguar lied to everybody. I wasn't missing and I didn't get kidnapped. I told her I didn't want to do part 3 and she got upset. Like she does when she can't dominate people. Like I said, I just want to know, how far did you go in the dominatrix shit with Diddy? Because it seems like that's your niche. That seems to be where you thrive, when you're able to dominate every damn body. Did you fuck Diddy with a dildo? I heard that too. I heard that you allegedly pegged him and strapped him. I'm just curious. Did you actually do that? I could see you doing some shit like that to Diddy. Because even though he's a monster, Diddy is a switch. I could tell Diddy's a switch. I could tell his ass like to be dominated. The way he bent over do the homemade dance with goddamn Usher on that fucking 20-second video where them niggas was sweating like they had just got done doing a bussy bust down session, in the bike. I was like, yeah, he likes to be the bottom bitch too. I bet you pegged the fuck out of Diddy. You know what? I bet you pegged Diddy and Jay-Z. I think the three of y'all might have had a little thing, doing something a little strange for a little piece of change type shit going on. I swear to God. Because the way this man is allegedly stalking you, which it was weird, how every time you was on panel, my shit would fuck up the minute I started talking about Mr. Joe Campbell looking ass. But it's like the way you went in on Diddy and Jay-Z for so many years, and now you've done this 360 ever since this case for next month then came surface. Y'all noticed that shit. She went from exposing them niggas to clout chasing off of content creators and talking shit about content creators. She did a whole 360. I can't even... Hell, when's the last time anybody heard about the damn victims? Where are the victims? Where's some people you said you had ready to testify against Jay-Z and Beyonce? Where the fuck they at? As far as I'm concerned, Lamisha is not a credible witness. This bitch, oh my God. Lamisha Shramisha, Alize Jenkins. Yo ass, you know what? You need to have several seats, ma'am. I don't need you to pick up another tarot card. You have shamed all tarot readers. You need extensive therapy. And you know what? Forever Freedom, unfortunately, will not be able to help you. I can make you some recommendations to a good psychiatrist. Start at BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com. And BetterHelp.com, people, if any of you are listening, I feel like my channel deserves a sponsorship as long as I've been promoting y'all on my channel for all these real rejects of YouTube. Because, ma'am, if you had anything to do with allegedly snitching on Yellow Beezy, I don't think you should be on YouTube no more. They gonna find your ass real quick. Allegedly, there's people looking for you and Adria. But like I said, I find it a little suspicious that Jaguar is requesting to be dismissed from this case. The hearing is less than a month from now because it's on October 14th. Notice that there has not been an approval nor a denial, which means that they're probably, who knows if they're going to even look at that. President grabbing by the pussy is working overtime to ensure that the Epstein files don't get leaked. Meanwhile, Elon, one of the richest men in the world, is pushing for it to get leaked because they done fell out. Sounds like a lover spat, hated it type energy. And then we've got, Druski still doing ads on TV and still doing Wild and Out like shit didn't happen. We haven't heard a peep from Odell Beckham. I don't know if he skipped out the country, probably. Notice we haven't heard anything from attention whore seeking Rayfoot, aka Brandy's little brother, aka Ray J. A lot of people have gone silent because of their alleged involvement and more than just freak off. So again, Jaguar, how far did your role as dominatrix go at the Diddler's party? Did you actually drive those women to Diddy's place when the woman was assaulted with the remote? Cause not gonna lie, the shit they put in that docket sounds like your ass. It sounds like some shit you would say. I just want to see receipts, man. I just love. If you wasn't there, just produce the receipts. Prove your innocence. And you know what? If you actually prove your innocence, I'll share a screen and I'll share that information. Be like, you know what, y'all? She wasn't there. Cody says she even said she had witnesses against the Smith. She sure did, because she called out Will for allegedly fucking Jalen, allegedly. And you know, I don't put nothing past nobody, because these Hollywood elite are nuts. Thank you, Andrew. Good to see you, my good brother. I'm just now seeing y'all's comments at the very bottom as I was looking over at the files. Right. I don't remember. I just remember that he looks like the main character off of Sausage Party. I cannot remember his name. But no, it definitely wasn't Ronnie Bo. It was that, shit. Because he all of a sudden, like, started going in on everybody. But, and then, like, him and Odell had got into it because he was saying shit about Jaguar, and then his female got involved, and I can't remember that dude's name for the life of me. But he was on that panel on Sean Atwood's channel with all of them. And he had pretended to be an ally and then switched up. And see, my thing is this. It's one thing for people to be trolls and to choose to not follow you because of you speaking your truth. It's another thing for a person to have a full intention of destroying you by coming in pretending to be an ally, which essentially is exactly what Jaguar did to me, and also exactly what Stone Paxton did. Also, both people have ties to Jay-Z, Diddy, Clive. So in my over-analytical scorpionic brain, if both people have ties to the same people who have all been accused of allegedly participating in this shit, then it would make sense that both people somehow found my channel, dropped down in the chat with the same pattern of behavior. See, Scorpios look at patterns. We don't give a fuck about what you say. We give a fuck about what you do. And we look for patterns in your behavior. And the minute you deviate from a normal pattern, we know some shit is up. Literally have never in my life heard of Stone until he came into my chat. That's not any disrespect. That's just the fucking truth. I haven't. And as famous as Vasal is, I've never heard of him either. That's also because I'm not deep in the industry like that. And also, they're both older, so, you know, I don't know as much about geriatric people as people my age. Regardless, the same pattern of coming in love bombing, let's align, I believe in you, thank God you're doing God's work, yada, yada, yada. Then all of a sudden, sometimey wishy-washy energy, which already tells me that you want some bullshit. Then all of a sudden, different behavior. Then all of a sudden, smear campaign, troll factory, distractions. Let's get everybody to not pay attention to her connecting the dots using the satanic ritual calendar. Because maybe, just maybe, that exposes us. And when I say us, I mean y'all. And the reason I use the word us for y'all, because all you motherfuckers are tied to one another, and y'all think I'm as stupid as y'all look. Like I don't know that shit, that y'all got affiliations behind closed doors. Of course you do. and y'all put on for YouTube with all this drama shit. That fuck shit that Paperwork did, where Jaguar was on his panel, and he let all them people come up and talk shit, and it was the worst thing I've ever seen. I couldn't even stay long enough to screen record it. Because after so long, all that low vibrational energy is annoying. I don't want to feel that. I don't want to hear all of y'all crazy thoughts and shit either. You have to think about the psychology of why people have allowed certain content on their channels, because they don't care about your well-being. They don't care about bringing healing and calmness and unity. They care about chaos and clout and clicks and views and AdSense deposits and super chats and super stickers and memberships, which again is why I don't have that enabled on my channel. Because if I was here for money, I would not be speaking about the shit I speak about. I would go with whatever is trending, like a lot of other people on YouTube. But my soul's purpose is to bring awareness to this planet about deception. And the soul contract that I signed, I'm required to do what I'm supposed to do, which is to blow up the spot on all of these false prophets and deceivers. Because, you know, y'all's Bible says, many shall come in my name. Test the spirits to see if they are true. For many shall come in my name, but not be of me. Now, I've never known anybody who got a branded mark of the Baphomet escape the Baphomet. Whether you got the tattoo covered up or not, at the moment that you allowed your soul to receive that branding, there are certain things you're required to do. And sacrifice is one of them. So it's not, it's not far-fetched that maybe, just maybe, you could have participated in driving girls and trafficking girls, because you know so much about all of that. You've talked about people getting shipped. They could have you shipped off in a container. You know who else said that? Diddy. Not just in this case, in all of the cases. Every time a person came forward, that was one of their stories, or multiple of their stories. That's how he threatened them. That they come up missing, their family never see them again, and they would just get shipped off somewhere. When Jaguar offered the quote-unquote safe house here in Houston, she said it was full of killers. She said I would be safe, but I would be surrounded by killers. So that would make me feel safe. That they would take my phone, my laptop, any device where I could be tracked, I would not be allowed to have. I would not be allowed to speak to anybody that I know. I would not be allowed to order anything, no Amazon, no DoorDash. They would give me my food and my drink, and they would keep me updated on current events. That actually sounds exactly like a prison. And you didn't sell me when you said it was full of murderers. But it's a safe house where I would be safe, or possibly a place where people are held for preparation for ceremonial sacrifice, or maybe I would have got trafficked. Because while we've spoken on the phone and we've spoken on video and you've been on my panel, I don't know you. I've never met you. I've never seen you face to face. You thought I was gonna take that as an offer, and then got mad when I didn't. Went off on me, in fact, when I said no. And I later found out that that was one of Yellow Beezy's hideouts. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's where he was caught. So, when I was asked that question, did Jaguar Wright try to sex traffic you? I don't know. I don't know what her intentions were. Because we were aligned at that time. But getting the receipts from Ralph, RC117, about all the planning that went into the February 9th public bullshit you did. After seeing all of that, I said, okay. So everything I was shown in the 5D has been confirmed. She's absolutely who I hope she wasn't. And all these people that have been supporting my channel were all trolls. And yes, people will spend money to troll. For those of y'all that was like, I don't think certain people would have been giving you donations if they were trolls. Bullshit. Y'all saw how many goddamn memberships Nick Mountain Gold and that Dory person kept purchasing on her channel every fucking day. And Nick was a part of that. Why do you think Nick was even on Maggie's channel talking shit about me? Because Nick had been exposed. And I didn't know that until y'all told me that in the chat, because I don't watch these motherfuckers' channels. They're non-factors. Last I heard, Nick was still clout chasing in Jaguar's chat. Not surprising. Shawnette would send all of them to both of our channels. You fall out with them, then y'all make up and you're besties. You thought you was gonna do that shit with me, and that didn't happen at all. It ain't gonna happen. What I want is for the truth to be told. How involved were you with Diddy when it came to the girls that were being trafficked? Because you've made it seem like you were the savior that went to these parties to help rescue the girls. Where are the girls you rescued? Where are they? The ones that you said you swam across Epstein Island to rescue, where the fuck are they? Have had plenty of time to come forward. And with as many people that have been coming forward that whose voices still haven't been heard, and you make it a point to get all the attention on you like most narcissists do, how come in all the time that you had attention on you, why the fuck have you never brought forth not one single witness? Not one. Cody said, sending you a bunch of videos from your ops, then called you conspiracist when you are hitting the nail on the head, gaslighting and deflecting, then going to ops channels talking smack about you. Patterns, right? That's what she did, and that's exactly what Stone did. And even some of you who called yourselves DzPeepz, by the way. Did y'all know that I saw not only Lady Letitia, I saw Debbie Donaldson on Official King Primate's channel talking shit. Miss I'm dying looking ass. Another one I prayed for publicly and behind closed doors. It's so many of y'all that I called out for clout chasing that I turned out to be right about, including Diddy also. And if Cody wouldn't have told me, I wouldn't even known that she was posting allegedly some sort of suicidal shit in a chat. And the same day was over in Stone's chat talking about some I love you shit, and was also on Official King Primate's channel talking shit about me. I know when people are full of shit. Whether or not I want to believe it, it's a different thing, but I do know. For those of y'all that got an attitude with me for the people I just named, I was right. They've been on all the ops channels talking shit. And some of you are the ones that brought me that information, because I don't watch these people's channel. I really don't. I don't have time. Not with all the shit I got going on in my real life. And I have no desire to. But again, patterns. People go from being super supportive to start acting wishy-washy because you want some bullshit and you think I don't know. It's like, what are some of y'all, what's it going to take? Am I going to have to describe the color of your drawers for you to believe that I can see you in the spiritual realm? Y'all be thinking you hiding. You're not hiding shit just because you obsessively watch my channel but don't never participate in the chat no more. Quite a few of y'all been doing that since July, since the official King Primate video, including those of you that told me about the video. You think I don't know that you were also involved? That's why your ass been silent in the fucking chats. I'm gonna do what every evolved Scorpio does. I'm gonna let you hang yourself. And after you hang yourself, I'm gonna call you on your shit. Miss Williams, good to see you, my love. Cody, she tried really hard to convince you people were hunting truth tellers like you. Very manic. Absolutely. These threats to try to get me to stop speaking my truth, and I'm not going to, and there's nothing y'all can do about it. Yup, trolls will spend money to troll. It happened to you time and time again, along with the love bombing. Absolutely. Sure was right about every single one. 1,000%. It's some of y'all now that have posted recent comments love bombing me that I know for a fact you've had two-faced conversations about me behind closed doors. I'm just waiting for your shit to get exposed before I, address it. Because it's going to get exposed and not by me. A lot of y'all are sloppy as hell, by the way. You think that because you post comments after my live that I don't know about your involvement? I do. Can't hide shit from me. You could try. People donating money doesn't make them not a troll. It just means that they thought they could buy affection, and once they figured out that they couldn't, they got mad. Or when they got rejected, RC 117. There's been other men off of YouTube that have done the same thing when they've gotten rejected, turn into an asshole. But I can see your ass coming a mile away. I can smell your steaky ass soul hundreds of miles away. I know every last one of you that have been two-faced as fuck. And all of you are watching right now. If you feel extreme guilt, it's because of the fuck shit you did that you thought was behind my back that I've been knowing about. 3 people in particular I have known since June of your involvement with official King Primate, doxing my information and doing that felony identity theft live that I reported. And some of you were people I talked to on a regular basis. It was pointed out to me, certain people was like, so-and-so ain't been in the chat since like May. Other so-and-so ain't been in the chat since June. Other so-and-so ain't been in the chat since like April. Oh, you think I don't know? You think I'm as stupid as y'all look? You think you not finna get exposed for your involvement in all this shit? Every last one of y'all involved are getting exposed. And everybody who participated with Diddy and Jay-Z and Clive, allegedly, Before the end of 2025, all of your shit will be publicly exposed by the very people you are close to, the people you trusted, your aces, your day ones, even the people you sleep with. They have all been strategically placed around you, and you can't even see that, but you're a seer. All of your aces, your loved ones, they have been placed around you to monitor you, to make sure you stay in compliance and that you carry out what you've been assigned to do. What I've been assigned to do is dig and find the truth and expose it. Because that is truly the only way to stop this shit, is to expose it. Speculation and talk is one thing. Getting enough evidence and proof to expose people who have unfortunately gained influence over other people's minds. Stopping the deception. Because everybody involved is covering for one another. Everybody involved. I don't believe Stone is innocent. I don't believe Jaguar's innocent. I believe both of these people have ties to very dark parts of the industry. I remember how happy I was when I finally saw that Jaguar was in my chat. I prayed for that during the full moon, to be aligned with her and Jonathan Hay, so I could get the real truth from the mouths of the people who I've been watching. Jonathan has since backed away from the media because of writing his book, understandably. He does still send me links from time to time on Instagram of videos to watch. The last one was very disturbing with Jack Harlow about Johnny Depp. Y'all should definitely go look at that on the Blue Couch. Regardless, if you're a real truth teller, Jonathan, then we're going to see you continuing to speak your truth. If you are looking for a viral moment with Jaguar, you got it. Because I'm going to be honest, you're about the only one left who I halfway believe. And the only reason I say halfway is because of the story you told about the Baphomet statue at the Jay-Z party. You were invited to because you didn't go into detail about that. So it made me wonder, did you stay at the party when you saw the statue, or did you leave? Did you participate in any ritualistic activity? Because I honestly don't put it past anyone in the industry, not even those who have been targeted. Most times they're targeted because of their previous involvement and what they know. So I looked at, first she was sent. And I was very excited because I'm like, man, I've been following her for years on Stone's channel. And now here she is in my chat, out of all people. The one I'll never forget is when she said, always believe God over man. And thank you for doing God's work. God's going to bless you. Keep speaking your truth. It was like, you know, all the positive backing, positive support. Okay, I can rock with this. And then you just start to see different behavior. Competition, competitive energy, comparing thumbnails, comparing footage, going live the same time as me. You just start to see all the little shit that's bigger than what you think. Next thing you know, people are wanting me to sing. Jaguar loves your voice. Oh, DZ sends me a clip. We want you to sing over this. Never got paid for that. All the support I gave out of the goodness of my heart. Never asked for money, never got paid, never was looking for it. Whereas the other people that you did trust, they were after that with you. See how that goes when you had one that was loyal versus all the fakes? But everybody's a troll when they don't want to fuck with you no more. Meanwhile, I had actual trolls on my channel that proved it quickly. All these supporters that came with you left. Except the real ones who were here to actually support me for real. They stayed, including Cody. I don't think you realize, Jaguar, how many real survivors you let down when you did the stupid switch up. Not, I'm telling you, not just with me. When you switched up on everybody. You switched up on Odell. You switched up on Maggie, but Maggie honestly deserved it. You switched up on Sean Atwood. He deserved it too, because that's a skinhead clout chasing off of your ass. And I told you that bullshit at the beginning of fucking February. And you got mad as hell when I told you that that motherfucker was clout chasing. I said, Sean is using you. I've been told you that. That man, he was a skinhead when he was locked up. Aryan Nation. You think he liked black people for real? You were trending. That's why you was getting so many offers for interviews. People got mad. Sean Atwood's not racist. Okay, well, last I checked, the Aryan Nation is racist as fuck. Last I checked. His prison photos depicted a very flamboyantly gay male, allegedly, who was a skinhead. So I'm just saying, how is somebody who was like a top dog in the Aryan Nation while in prison all of a sudden a reformed progressive? But his producer came to Maggie's channel with a lot of white supremacist energy, and Roro white explained it, and everybody got an attitude. Then you brought on Rocco Fowler, and he did his salute to the Confederate flag, also on Maggie's channel, following suit right behind Shane. They both came from Sean's channel. I told you that was gonna happen. And then it happened. And you still cooned for Sean because of the exposure, because of the following on his channel. I knew shit went left with y'all when everybody told me to go look at the live Jonathan Hay did on Sean Atwood's channel, because I had stopped fucking with Sean and all of them after that bullshit Shane did on Maggie's channel. When I saw that damn near all the videos between him and Jaguar was taken down, I was like, oh, they done fell out too. Damn. Because next thing you know, Sean Atwood's also being named in this case, along with Jaguar and Big Homie CC. I don't recall seeing Gene Dale's name in here. Yeah, I think he's the only one not included in this case here. Let me pull up. Hold up. Let me pull up the name list for this upcoming hearing in October. Because see, what I think is very ironic is the poetic justice and the karma, because everything I tried to warn you about, every one that I tried to warn you about, I turned out to be right. Yeah, here's some names. See, Janice Combs, Jacqueline Wright, aka Jaguar Wright, Odell Beckham. Yeah, I don't see Gene Dill. Let's see, let me bring up the other screenshot. Nope, no Gene Dill. But there is Big Homie CC. You know, all the variations of Sean Combs is sad because each one of these names are personas, which means that each one of these personas are demons. P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Love, Puff, and Diddy, aka Sean Combs. I mean, that's a small legion just right there for those who didn't recognize that. Oh, and then we got Druski on here as well. You know, I just... I mean, you're there. So, again, inquiring minds want to know how involved you were with the satanic ritual, sexual, all that SSRA shit. How involved were you with that? Because your name is here. Your photo is here. Your information is here. And you requested to be dismissed. Now, here's what's curious about that. If you're innocent, why not go to court and prove your innocence, Jaguar? It's more publicity for you. God knows that you're an attention whore. That's why you went to the courthouse for the Diddy hearing, and from what I was told in these YouTube streets, you weren't allowed inside. I mean, you've, taken every opportunity that you could to be seen. Because your validation really does come from strangers, and that's even more sad at almost 50 years old. That in order for you to feel good about yourself, you need a fuck ton of attention all over social media on every platform. And your desire is not to stop YouTube global cyberbullying and gang stalking. Your desire during our family calls was to get a seat on the board. Let me just put all this out there, because we're not in that space anymore. Now I can speak freely on my uncensored channels. When we spoke offline and you and O Musty asked me to put together this petition to promote and hold YouTube and Google accountable, because we're going to do a class action lawsuit and we're all going to sue them for all the gang stalking and the bullying and all of that. And that would have led to us all collectively financially benefiting. But instead you said you wanted 4 seats on the board for YouTube. Now, who are the other 3 seats for? Was one of the seats Old Musty? Because you probably would have, leave his ass out of dust. Or were the 3 seats for Clive, Diddy, and Jay-Z? Why would you want seats on the board of a corporation that you say you want to sue? That's just like Nene Leakes suing Bravo and then wanting to go back and get a show again. And then to brag about the Zeus network, the Timu of black networks, the bottom of the barrel networks, you would do better going to Tubi than Zeus. Because let me tell you something, niggas ain't paying for Zeus. We barely watched the shit when it was free. You would get more exposure on Tubi than you would on the Zeus network. And only the ratchet of the ratchet watch the Zeus network. Let's keep it a stack. And the ratchet ain't finna be paying to watch that shit either. So, you know, I just... Did you really sacrifice your own child, man? Did you really do that shit, Jaguar? I pray to God you didn't do that shit. Because it's like, you fucked off the music, fucking over Meech and all of that. That was your last hope. Ain't nobody really checking for you no more. For real. All that would be left is acting. Cause that they shifted so I could walk by video. I'm gonna give you that. That shit's funny as fuck. I honestly do low-key miss reviewing that video because it cracked me the hell up. They shifted so I could get by. You really would do well acting if you could gain control over the demons that have control over you. That's the problem, is that when they start to have dominion and you start lashing out at everybody for no fucking reason, that's when, you know, that's when you fuck it up. But I just think that it's very, very possible that maybe these events that have been reported in this case happened at a different time. Maybe they did not occur on the dates that she is saying. But how do we know that it didn't happen? See, again, if you're innocent, why not go to court and prove it? Why ask to be dismissed? Something in the milk ain't clean here. You got ODZ capitalizing off your royalties. He said he owns all your copyrights, right? So that means y'all should, you know, have the funds to hire an attorney to defend you and to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that you were indeed incarcerated during the time that they're saying you allegedly participated in aiding and abetting Diddy by helping him to traffic women, allegedly. Why not just go to court? It's next month. Why not just go? Hell, you can get a public defender and not have to pay for it. So is the request for the dismissal because you don't think you're going to be able to prove your innocence? That's my question to you, Jaguar Wright. Did you participate in the aiding of sex trafficking girls to Diddy? Because if you did, God's going to expose that before the end of this year. See, for me, this is not a revenge thing. This is I want to truly know who the fuck you are. Because you've had hundreds of thousands of people believing that you were a whistleblower for years on multiple platforms, and it's looking more and more like you're full of shit. It's looking more and more like maybe it's not far-fetched. Maybe it's not far-fetched to think that you could have participated. I need to remove some of the images. I'm gonna pop out and pop right back in. Hold up. Because I want this to play. I want this to play for those who didn't hear it previously.
Listen to me, you fucking coward of a husband.
Now, trigger warning, she says extremely violent and explicit things during this video. And this is me screen recording, where I kept pausing it and rewinding and pausing it and rewinding to hear and to get the timestamp within the video of each thing that she said. And as someone who, again, edits and has edited for TV broadcast networks, that's just a part of analyzing footage. Copyright disclaimer is there. I'm going to play this because I don't see how anybody can hear this shit and still believe that Jaguar is an advocate for survivors. There's no way. No way possible. And this is a fair use sharing of a public domain video that's already out there.
I'm going to say this to you for the last time. You need to call me immediately. You are now persona non grata globally. You are feared because you're an idiot and you know too much. You're going to get that unfortunate bitch and her fucked up kids killed. Fucking call me bitch. I hope you're happy. The bitch is out. You bitch. Fucking put that shit up on fucking Twitter. You fucking brought that trash into my motherfucking life. You ain't even worth a bullet. Fucking disloyal piece of shit. Had this running the show, huh? So the both of you can run it in jail and in hell.
This is the mess that I gotta continue to deal with after having a great show on Google Channel. So that's what I gotta deal with, and that's what I just dealt with. And I'm tired of these threats to my family, my mom, everybody. Jackie, Jaguar Wright, that's the last time you threatened my family.
Honey. I'm at the bar having a drink.
You're at the bar having a drink. I don't know what type of intervention it's going to take for you to realize that you have a serious alcohol problem. I'll say allegedly for the sake of YouTube. It seems like every time you drink is when you plummet, because that's when those spirits, which is why they call alcohol spirits, that's when those dark entities start to possess you. Everything that you hear her say on this video sounds completely demonic. It doesn't sound human. It doesn't sound sane. It sounds like somebody under demonic possession, who, while under demonic possession, can be a very useful tool for spiritual wickedness in high places, for rulers of darkness, mothers of darkness. This is my analysis of Jaguar. I feel that she definitely was fucked over, clearly, in some way, shape, or form by the industry through sexual abuse and MK Ultra. However, I feel like you've been a willing participant and not a victim. That's my opinion, based on your behavior. Like when Adria tried to make the world believe she was this victim that got taken advantage of, and then she proceeds to call herself Diddy, and admitted that even after finding out that the so-called young girl who served as a table was 14, she continued on, doing her work. I feel like a lot of these people claiming to be whistleblowers are literally people who allegedly were also involved, and they think that by snitching on everybody that somehow that'll clear their name, and it's not. Y'all keep thinking with the mind of a human and not with the mind of the Most High God. You can't run from God. Y'all can have all the alliances and dark side spiritual protection for one. You can do all of that shit. When it's all said and done, the Most High God is going to reveal it. And it's going to be revealed to those that blindly followed, simply because they wanted to believe in something. We all wanted to believe that. All of us that are survivors of sexual abuse wanted to believe not only in Jaguar, in a lot of these people who have said that they are, with the victims, and, we support the survivors. But do y'all? Because why do most survivors get threatened after they come forward? Even not famous, just in regular life. So you have to ask yourself, why would that happen? A survivor finally has the courage to come forward and speak their truth, and instead of them being believed, they're either victim shamed, victim blamed, or not heard. Or sometimes not even heard at all. That's why my platform is what it is. So until you produce evidence that shows that you were innocent, I don't see how you can just, like I said, unless you got like mad evidence, like, yo, back to back to back, here, I wasn't there, I was here, boom, 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 here it is, then cool. And I would love to see it, absolutely, because I am following this case. And if I see anything where you bring up evidence that you were locked up, like I said, it could be very well that these events occurred on a different day than what has been stated. What we also know about PTSD and survivors of sexual abuse is lapses in memory. That is what makes it hard to build a defense and actually hold a victimizer accountable, an abuser accountable, especially when you're involved in GHB and ketamine, which causes memory loss. I mean, it's all just too coincidental. The Jane Doe that ended up dismissing her case that had named Jay-Z allegedly being the other party, the whole VMA's award shit, for her to have dismissed her case with prejudice meant that it could never ever be brought up again in a court of law. And Jay-Z thought he had a victory there. That's a human court. There's a whole entire angelic court. All of you involved. Your scales are imbalanced. I don't care how long ago it was. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. If you participated in any of these satanic, ritualistic, abusive acts, the Most High God is going to expose you before 2025 is out. And if you guys don't get arrested this year, you will be arrested in 2026. All of you that have left the country, you will be held accountable. All of you that have been silent this entire time, you will be made to speak. This time, the survivors win. We get our justice. And a lot of it is going to be poetic justice. And you may feel sorry for the people when they receive their poetic justice, but remember that it was what they said and did that attracted that. Because this shit here on this recording is man, yeah. You cannot tell me that the Most High God was in you while you were doing all of this. You were definitely tapped into your lower frequency.
You just put death warrant on everybody's head that you know. How can you be so fucking selfish? People are gonna die. You know what you should do? Just keep lying. You fucking asshole.
So that's what I gotta deal with, and that's what I just dealt with. And I'm tired of these threats to my family, my mom, everybody. Jackie, Jaguar Wright, that's the last time you threatened my family.
Honey, the bar, having a drink. I watched your broadcast.
Oh, damn, I think it went back. I didn't mean for it to go back. I meant for it to just pause. I noticed how she went from the rage to crying to calm to threatening to damn near reminiscing when talking about how they're going to make an example out of Goomba. And how he allegedly had just sacrificed, or this whole conversation makes no sense. To say that the Black Panther Party would have been his only protection. And that he was exposing the Black Panther Party. Now, I wish that I could speak to Fred Hampton Jr. I really do. Because based off of what she's saying, it sounds like she's telling Goomba that they would have potentially did him harm and or could have protected him. The fact that she said she's having a drink and she was watching his show. How many times did we witness Jaguar have a red Solo cup in her hand, even when she would be on panel with me? A lot. It's hard to take a person serious when they are always under the influence. And while under the influence, the spirits that come forth are very dark and low vibrational. Even if you were telling the truth, I don't think you realize, Jaguar Wright, that you've become the girl that cried wolf. If any part of your story is true, no one's going to believe you now. Hearing this again really makes me feel like it's a great possibility that you could have played that role. And not only in this hearing, this case, but in other ones that have circulated. The rumor about you allegedly sacrificing Giovanni, I'm going to say again, I hope that's just a rumor. Because if it's not a rumor, and it is true, then that would explain why Grace saw him from the darker realms, and I saw him from his transcendent body, because we reside on two different frequencies. Hers very low, mine very high. When Giovanni entered my room that night, you came into my chat. I didn't feel any darkness from him. I didn't feel any anger. I felt a transcendent soul that had messages for you. A familiar spirit that is another form of you from an altered dimension, from a low realm, typically from yourself that descends into hell or yourself that transcends to heaven. But a familiar spirit is an entity that emulates the loved one, but from their darkest version of themselves spiritually. It's my opinion that that's what appeared to Grace. Because again, you and her dabble in the dark a lot. But you can't dabble in darkness and then expect to be protected from demons. If it's true that you sacrificed Giovanni, that will come out. And if it's true that you didn't, that'll come out too. I really hope and pray for the sake of Sam that you didn't. Because again, children often have to endure the curses of their parents, which they shouldn't, but that does happen. You previously told everybody that you got the Baphomet tattoo to gain access to the parties to rescue women. You even said that here on my channel, on platform with me, that was the reason you had gotten the Baphomet tattoo, so that you could have the sign of allegiance, but that you did not resonate with Baphomet. That's what you told all of us. But most advocates who have witnesses would definitely have already presented those witnesses, even if not on YouTube, in real life. There'd be a case right now. Why have we never heard about a case being started against Jay-Z and Beyonce and Diddy? For all the truth telling that you said you've been doing, how is there not enough evidence to start a case already against them? Have the witnesses gotten scared into not speaking their truth because they saw what happened to the Jane Doe from the VMAs? Or have they ever even existed? I just wonder how. I wonder how you can put all your focus into constantly going back and forth and arguing with content creators and not like gathering your witnesses for a hearing. Especially this hearing that's happening next month. We have literally no one's ever heard from any of your so-called victims. And like I said, Tammy Wallace wasn't a victim of yours, but she was a woman sharing her story about surviving sexual abuse in the sports arena of the industry. How do you become abusive to a survivor after you couldn't bully her into doing a part 3? According to her. That's just not a good look, especially for your show. And in real life, it's not a good look. It's giving stage, like I'm playing a part. Because how do we know that you weren't sent to gather information from survivors who may have information on Diddy and Jay-Z, allegedly, and Clive, allegedly? How does the world know if you were just sent to be a major distraction so that other people won't dig deep like I do and research and try to find the truth? Because your public antics have been about as unhinged as fucking Tamar. This shit on this recording is just pure evil. I mean, there's no other word for that. Beware of false prophets that come to you in sheep's clothing.
Because you're a fucking idiot. Because your mother trained you to be a fucking idiot so she could control you. You just sat there and went along with a conspiracy plot against the Black Panther Party, honey. You just might try to protect you. You know.
I was trying to hit pause, not remove. When she said you went along with a conspiracy plot against the Black Panthers, what conspiracy plot against the Black Panthers, Jaguar? Like, I'm just like, where's the rest of this conversation? Where's the part before he shows her becoming unhinged? What was discussed? You just sat there and went along with a conspiracy against the Black Panthers. Now, Allie Carter said, if Allie Carter is real or AI, said that allegedly the Black Panther Party was responsible for her abuse, which is extremely hard for anyone to believe who's ever participated in, with, or around the Black Panther Party, because they are protectors. That doesn't mean that they couldn't have been infiltrated. Hell, the Knights Templar was infiltrated. But what I am saying is, what all was discussed before this? Because this thing about how he alienated the only people that could have helped him and all this, it's just like, it's not adding up, it's not making sense. It's like I'm trying to make sense of what sounds like it's crazy. And not the part about the Black Panther Party being crazy. It's everything that she is saying does not sound within any sort of reasonable logic or from a place that's grounded and centered. So how much of this conversation that she's clearly having with herself is even credible? Because what this honestly sounds like is extreme psychosis. Like, she's not aware of just how unhinged she really does sound. And then to keep admitting that you're drinking, you know, it's given, it's giving that you need to go get help, Jaguar. You do. I can't even put it any more nice than that. You need help. Because this behavior is not normal. I'm sorry. I'm going to just say how I feel. This shit is weird. And it's really not adding up. All the threats. Talking about how they're going to cut up his mom. All I kept thinking is, damn, did Sam Jr. have to hear any of this shit? Like, was he around her when she was doing all these phone calls? when you think about a person threatening for your mother to be chopped up is beyond unhinged. That's damn near conspiracy to murder, allegedly. God forbid if that would have happened to his mom, she could have went to jail just for making that threat. Same with Nikki and her kids. So you have to think how inebriated a person has to be able to speak like that. Calmly and then manically, and then calmly and then manically, and really believing that that's an okay thing to say to another human being. If I can find the rest of this conversation, I'm going to, because I just feel like it was way more than even what was here.
Coming now. That fucking nasty bitch that you over there with and her fucking unfortunate children. They're all fucking dead. And you killed them. Actually, that's what they're going to say. Black Panther Party, honey. You just alienated the only people who might try to protect you. You know who's coming now. That fucking nasty bitch that you over there with and her fucking unfortunate children. They're all fucking dead. And you killed them. Actually, that's what they're going to say. They're going to say that you're a veteran and you finally snapped from the pressure. They're not going to need me for this one. If they're going to make an
Now, I paused it here for a reason. This is the part. Oh, I didn't even realize that comment. I didn't mean to touch that. Kim Trails. Hey, good to see you. Have not seen you in a while in the chat. I was trying to scroll and accidentally touched that. I didn't mean to put that up on the screen. There's a lot of y'all comments I missed. I'm going to come back to y'all's comments. When she said, they're not going to need me for this one, I don't think a lot of people paid attention to that right there. Again, I'm an over-analytical, overthinking ass Scorpio. And so, wait a minute, pause. They're not going to need me sounds like a group of assassins. They is who she always has talked to me about. They are seeking and hunting truth tellers. They are gonna come kill you, D. They. Who the fuck's they? Is they the people that perform sacrifices and do dismemberment? Keep in mind, she threatened for Goomba's mother to be chopped up. That sounds like dismemberment. And the threat of rape of Nikki and her children is a sexual ritual of sacrifice. Infant to 21 on September 7th, marriage to the beast. Again, you know, I'm just seeing too many similarities, Jaguar, with your behavior aligning with what's listed on this calendar. And now that I do think about it, that would explain why you jumped off my panel every single time I brought this calendar up. Because maybe you found yourself on this calendar quite a few times and it scared you. How did D know? We have to stop her. She has the calendar exposing all of us. Allegedly. This calendar is why I believe you were sent to my channel in the first place. Because I was using this calendar to expose Jay-Z and his Do As Thou Wilt clothing line. Named after his mentor, Aleister Crowley, the founder of the Church of Satan. And again, that was the moment you arrived in my chat on October 20th. Shall I show you guys what October 20th is? Let's go ahead and do that. I just put that together. The date you came into my chat is on the Satanic Ritual calendar. I got to go back and find out the date Stone came in my chat. But your date, I will never forget. Because it was right after the full moon. Okay, let me see if this is the one. Hold on. Oh, look at there. It is. Okay, let me try to scroll without it reloading. Because when it reloads, it kicks me out. Then I have to come back in and upload all this shit again. Okay. So let's see what goes on during the week of October 20th. Preparation for All Hallows Eve. Samhain, Halloween, abduction, holding, and ceremonial preparation of individual for human sacrifice, October 13th through the 30th. So when you were threatening me and trying to get me to go to Yellow Beezy's trap house / safe house, as you called it, that was, let's see, I left there February 1st. Yeah, that was right around Candlemas. Oh, wow. Wow. The time frames that you were trying to get me to go to Yellow Beezy's house was during Candlemas. And it was around the Grammys. It just keeps getting better and better with this calendar. Syncing and linking. Because again, you came into my chat on October 20th of 2024. Within not even 2 minutes of me exposing Jay-Z's Do As Thou Wilt clothing line and showing the correlation between him, Aleister Crowley, all the other artists that were displaying all the satanic hand symbols and things. So you just so happened to jump in my chat during a time that they're doing abductions? But we're all supposed to believe you didn't allegedly participate in trafficking girls to Diddy's house? I guess you'll have to prove that in a court of law unless you can get the judge to dismiss your participation. I just don't think they're going to do that. Not unless you found a way to pay the judge off, allegedly. I don't think that's a coincidence. I definitely don't think that's a coincidence. I just looked at the comment. Miss Williams said, not only who are they, but what did they need her for before, and how many crimes did Jack perform with them? Thank you. That's my whole point in doing this live, to find that out. Because again, you've been pretending, Jaguar Wright, to be a whistleblower for damn near a decade now. But when you said on it, let me go back to the video. When you said on this video, pause. When you said on this video that they were not going to need me for this one, is telling on yourself. See, that's what I'm saying. What were you on? Was you fucking with XOs that day and alcohol? I do know that if you take too much of that shit and drink, it'll have you fucked off. Is that what was going on? Cause you low-key dry snitched on yourself, if you ain't know. You actually are admitting to being, I mean, I don't understand why you're not locked up right now. I just don't, after this shit here. Because you are describing a crime. They're going to chop up your mom and they're going to put bullets in all their heads. And did you realize what you just did? You just killed them all. And you better hope they don't rape her. They're going to rape her and the children and the boy in front of you, and they're going to stage. I mean, to even go that far, I understand you probably hated him at this point, but at one point this man was your husband and you're trying to use him being a veteran against him. So it's not enough for you to threaten his new girlfriend and children with rape and murder. You go into detail about how they're going to stage to make it look like it was a murder-suicide by him, a veteran. And say, well, he just had a PTSD meltdown. It sounds like you have been a part of plotting and planning murders and assassinations for a very long time, allegedly. That's what it sounds like. That's what it's giving. If you ain't know. It's given you clearly have been involved in this shit. Allegedly. And I just don't think when you told Diddy to snitch that you thought he would snitch on you. Because of all of your mountain of evidence that you have not presented. If you have evidence, this would be the time to present it when you're scheduled to go to court in less than a month from now. This would be the time to bring forth all of the Jay-Z and Beyonce victims. If there was ever a time for you to defend yourself, Jaguar Wright, it's right fucking now, not to be asking to get dismissed from hearings. Y'all could just dismiss me. I don't even want to be a part of this. Well, let's see how that plays out. Because I have a feeling that this particular judge is not going to grant you that dismissal. I'll be very shocked if they do. And if they do, then maybe, just maybe, you were able to come up with some money to allegedly pay them off. But it just seems like for someone who's been so outspoken and vocal for so many years against Jay-Z, against Diddy, against Beyonce, why in the fuck are you trying to get dismissed from this case? Because you're being named as an accomplice to Diddy's behavior. Maybe you will not be able to prove that. And maybe that's why you filed the motion on September 2nd to be dismissed from the case. And it is now September 17th. So 7 days is 9. 7 more days is the 16th. It's been 2 weeks since you filed for that motion. Now maybe they're behind on paperwork. Maybe they just haven't gotten to your motion to be dismissed. I'm not gonna lie to you, I hope they never get to your motion to be dismissed, because I want to see what you're gonna pull out of your ass in court. And I do believe the hearing is via Zoom. I mean, you jumped on Zoom with Maggie every fucking morning to trash other content creators. I mean, why the fuck you can't jump on Zoom for the hearing next month on the 14th? Which is ironically also during the time of the abductions for the Satanist high holy days. So I'm just saying, if you could jump on Zoom every morning with Maggie and trash Tiggle Bitty Zaitu Titties and trash No Nuts and trash all of us that supported you, why the fuck you can't jump on Zoom and defend yourself and show forth proof that you couldn't possibly have been named as an accomplice to Diddy because you were locked up? You've been telling everybody that. I know if it was me, oh, I'm going to court to prove my innocence with evidence. That's what's going to clear my name, is going to court and proving my innocence. Not talking about it on social media. And getting mad at people for questioning whether or not you were involved when your behavior has been extremely questionable. How the fuck you mad at us when it was you that did the questionable behavior? I mean, like, does that make sense? You mad at the world for making speculations about whether or not you may or may not have participated in the sexual assault of the young woman who was raped by a fucking remote control. Do you know how disgusting that is? Even as a dominatrix, as a woman, that's too goddamn far. As a woman who's been raped, Jaguar Wright, I really honestly, for the first time, will honestly say, I hope in this case you are innocent. Because if you're not, then you deserve to be under the jail. Period. And if you're not innocent, then indeed you are just as diabolical as Diddy. And if you are innocent, great, fantastic. Unfortunately, this is not the only case where I've heard that your name has been mentioned in allegedly participating in trafficking girls, allegedly. Now, I'm going to be honest. I don't know how credible Adria English is. But I do remember hearing her say that after y'all got into it. After she basically played you and Tanya Rubin to get them donations, or the three of y'all allegedly planned it. At the end of the day, she's not the only person from the industry who has made those types of comments about your alleged involvement with the diddler and the satanic rituals of it all. Plus, you are a craft practicing witch. And you said plenty of times that Grace is your apprentice. Not Grace is my friend, not Grace is my soul sister, not Grace is my sister. Grace is your apprentice, and under that Illuminati calendar, apprentice craft practicing witch was the first and second level of the pyramid. And I've seen the spell work you and Grace have done. I've even felt it when you guys have sent spiritual attacks to me that didn't go over well for y'all. But I just don't think, all these people are after you, like you say. I think you create enemies everywhere you go because you're not healed. And I think that this industry contributed to your trauma, but that you also allowed them to use you as a weapon, willingly. The video where you cried and said that Diddy owned you didn't make sense. How can a man own a grown-ass woman unless she pledged her soul to him and he's a fucking demon? That would be the only way he could own you. Because, you know, slavery was abolished. Although Trump is trying to bring that shit back, allegedly, with alligator Alcatraz, with his stupid ass. I just am trying to wonder, how could Diddy own you? Why is Jay-Z trolling you, allegedly? Why was he allegedly trolling you when you were on panel with me? Is it because of the satanic ritual calendar? Because what I keep hearing is D knows way too much. How could she possibly know that? Well, I'm an obsessive Scorpio who's been researching the Illuminati, the industry, since I was 11. So we're talking over 30 years. And now all the pieces of the puzzle make sense. That these people, a part of this industry, are a part of the industry for a spiritual purpose. It's way more than music. It's bigger than hip hop. Erykah Badu's song. Hamdulillah, Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh's Dios, Radaja, Rastafari, fire, dance, sex, music, hip hop. It's bigger than religion, hip hop. It's bigger than my nigga, hip hop. Erykah Badu shit. That's her song off the New America album. This one is The Healer. That's the name of the song, The Healer. Off of her New America Part 2, The Coming of the Ankh. We ain't dead, said the children, don't believe it. We've just made ourselves invisible. Underwater, fire, stovetop. Come out with your scales up. Get baptized in the ocean of the hungry. Those are the lyrics to that song. You should listen to it. The music is nothing more than a distraction because Lucifer was the minister of music when Lucifer was in heaven. Freemasons pledged to Lucifer during initiation. And then they acknowledged the grand architect. I don't know why people get so mad when you're not from the bullshit, but you can see all of it. They hate it. Especially when you are a voice of influence. They really hate it because they know people will listen to you. So I'm to believe that it's just a coinkydink that you came into my chat during the preparation for All Hallows Eve. I'm just supposed to believe this was all just a coincidence. To have told people that I never supported you was insane because there's so many lives available on my channel that show the opposite of that. When people are no longer willing to go along with your bullshit, Jaguar, is when, in your mind, they become a troll. See, I've had actual trolls on my channel. A lot of them are on watching right now. Where their sole purpose is to watch you, study you, and try to get a rise out of you. Whereas supporters are people who support your cause and believe in you. And then you let them down and gaslight them. I want every woman, every man, every child who hears this live to know, if you are a survivor of sexual abuse, please come forward. Do not let your abuser get away because you're afraid of people not believing you or you're afraid of backlash. Getting them taken off the street is the only way to stop it. Or unless the universe just decides to grant them poetic justice and, then they're no longer on the earth anymore. Either way, the truth is coming out about you, Jaguar. There's nothing you can do to stop it. These things you said to Goomba about Nikki and her kids are insane. This is literally insanity right here. To think that a mother who has lost a son would threaten another woman and her children like this is insane. A woman who's been raped herself, according to you, to say this to another man about a woman he left you for or chose over you or whatever. I don't even know what the fucking situation was. Hell, he might have just left your ass God with her and you just was mad. Either way, if you've survived sexual abuse and you've been blessed to give birth to your children, I'm not seeing how any of this shit could have came out your mouth. Because what if someone would have said some shit like this to you about Sam or Giovanni? You would have went to war with them. Possibly. Because I don't know, your son Sam don't have very much positive things to say about you. According to him, he said you were a prostitute, allegedly. And that y'all lived a very unstable life. And that young man has been traumatized, my God, to the max. Regardless, you have to think about that. When you say shit like this to other people about their kids, would you want anyone saying that to you about yours? Like, that's just disgusting. And they aren't going to need me for this one, in my opinion, is a confession. If anything, this needs to be presented on the fucking 14th of October. You saying this bullshit here. Because you up here trying to get dismissed from the case. Meanwhile, this type of shit is still floating around on YouTube. And you just said this shit 2 years ago, in 2023. And from what everybody is saying in these YouTube streets, you and Goomba had a very toxic relationship, allegedly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think you either got with him or tried to get with him even after this video. After these voicemails. Just like when you did the live that I missed because I wasn't even on YouTube. But that 12-hour live you did, dragging old Musty for filth, and then y'all tried to act like shit was cool after that. When allegedly he took down the video, allegedly. So again, it goes into how much of all you real rejects of YouTube, how much of this shit y'all do is even real. Every one of these beefs could have just been some made up bullshit for clicks and views. Now, clearly on my end, it wasn't. Because I was very disappointed in all of that happened. Because I was like, fuck. Everything they showing me in the 5D is manifesting. But I just can't understand a mother threatening another mother with rape and murder, and then want the world to believe you're an advocate for survivors. And the dumbasses that are blindly following you actually believe this shit because they're too stupid to research. They just want validation. Because any of y'all following Jaguar after hearing this shit that's got kids, there's something wrong with you. If she could say this about Nikki's kids, she could say this about anybody's kids, including her own. Because again, when a person has plummeted this far into the darker realm, they're capable of anything. Anything.
They're going to say. They're going to say that you're a veteran and you finally snap from the pressure. They're not going to need me for this one. They're gonna make an example out of you, see? They're gonna fucking kill her. They're gonna... And you finally snap from the pressure. They're not gonna need me for this one. They're gonna make an example out of you, see? They're gonna fucking kill her. They're gonna kill the kids. They're gonna put bullets in all of their heads. And you better hope they don't fucking rape her. Because they're gonna rape her and all of her children, including the boy, in front of you. And then they're gonna blow your fucking brains out. And they're gonna stage you. And they're just gonna make you look like a veteran. You finally... You fucking gave it to them. You gave them an outcome. You fucking idiot. Little kids, they're gonna put bullets in all of their heads, and you better hope that you're a veteran.
So, as y'all can see, I kept rewinding. I wanted to hear which demon was personifying from Legion when she kept switching from crying to rage. Those are two different demons. Because you go from mania and sorrow to rage, anger, and violence in a matter of seconds. And in my mind, logically speaking, why would you leave this on someone's voicemail? You better hope they don't rape her. Because they're going to rape her and the kids and the boy in front of you. How do you know that, Sway? Like, for real, how could you possibly have that detailed of information? Did they give you a script to read when you called Goomba? Because it sounded to me like you speaking from experience. And a lot of it, allegedly. So rape, again, is a satanic sexual ritual. I've been telling y'all for years on Facebook, before I ever started my YouTube channel, that rape is indeed a demon. So you're a survivor of rape, but then you allegedly aid and abet other rapists? Allegedly? Now you're being accused of trafficking girls to Diddy's house to be raped? Specifically the one that was raped with the remote control? Again, I just don't understand why you're not trying to prove your innocence. Makes a lot more sense to just go to court and prove your innocence. So, I'm going to stay tuned. I'm going to stay tuned to the case. The only difference I saw today was for some of the sanctions. Those requests for sanctions were getting reviewed, and I think quite a few of them were denied. But I didn't see anything regarding your request to be dismissed from the case being approved. The convenience of the time frame of the Mar-a-Lago visit to her, of all people, knowing that this was going to come out in the media. Maybe that's why Musty called us and then called me specifically and said, "Sis, what do you think?" And I said it's not a good idea. Like I said, I think definitely that participation award, that was a definite distraction, because that's all the fuck it was a participation award. I think that if anything, if Trump really did reach out to Jaguar like Musty said he did, let's play devil's advocate and say this is the truth, that Trump really did reach out to, Jaguar and invite her to Mar-a-Lago, one has to wonder why. Because her mouth has, garnered her a shit ton of attention. But what I know about Donald Trump is that he has always used minorities to gain popularity and to clout chase and to get more black people supporting him, because he knows he needs the black vote. He needs our community to be on board with him. Meanwhile, he's carried out a whole MAGA, Make America Great Again agenda, and has incited so many racists around this country to be bold in their racism and white supremacy. And yet you, who claims to be a freedom fighter and a civil rights activist and a Black Panther, is cooning for that man, and then have the audacity to go to Mar-a-Lago where hundreds of accusations of sexual abuse allegedly took place there. It just doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense is that you're completely full of shit. That's it. Because it's not just the racism of Trump, it's the grabbing by the pussy of it all from him. Not to mention him saying publicly that if his daughter Ivanka wasn't his daughter, he'd be dating her. So again, perverts of a feather flock together. I think that the Mar-a-Lago invitation was potentially an opportunity to maybe discuss some things not getting leaked. or it was a publicity distraction. Jaguar Wright gets Defender of Freedom Award. Did they hear about this? Did they hear these voicemails from 2 years ago? I don't think a Defender of Freedom would be threatening for her ex-husband's new girlfriend and children to be raped and bullets in their head. I just don't think that behavior falls under Defender of Freedom. But that behavior does fall under assassin. That behavior does fall under let's see, sexual abuse, satanic sexual ritualistic abuse. I wonder how many abductions you've participated in, allegedly. You know, the abduction preparation for ceremonial human sacrifice. Because you sure said they are not going to need me for this one with your chest out. You was on your Kevin Hart. Say it with your chest, little ass nigga. You said that shit with your chest out. Oh, they gonna do this, they gonna do that, they gonna do this. They are gonna do. Because I've clearly witnessed and have allegedly participated in this shit, which is how I know exactly what to tell you that they're gonna fucking do. I wonder if looking back, you feel stupid as hell for doing this shit to Goomba. Because it only exposed you. It didn't expose him. It just exposed you. I know, again, from watching the little show y'all did back in the day, that I knew that nigga was full of shit. That's why it wasn't surprising when y'all fell out on YouTube and shit. But I'm just saying, all this talk of they, how you told me that they were going to come follow me, how they were hunting truth tellers and I need to be careful because they are going to come and try to kill me. Then you said Danny Robertson was going to come. I mean, all kinds of shit. Danny Robertson's probably tracking you right now. Okay, and why? Then Odell telling me that allegedly Danny Robertson was accused of participating in the sacrifice of a 4-year-old, allegedly. Then the constant YouTube war between Danny Robertson and YouTube and Jaguar and YouTube. It's just a lot of this is giving stage. And I would think if anybody would be aligning with an assassin, it'd be a woman who was accused of taking an axe handle to her husband, Grace. You know, your apprentice. The same one that couldn't pray those demons off you that were fucking you up in the middle of the night. How can somebody in a lower realm command a demon? See, when you walk in the authority of the Most High God, demons do tremble. But when you're in agreement with them, they can willingly take possession of you at any time, which is what we have witnessed on this recording. I'm going to play the rest of it, and I'm going to end the live.
And you finally snap from the pressure. They're not going to need me for this one. They're going to make an example out of you, see? They're going to fucking kill her. They're going to kill the kids. They're going to put bullets in all of their heads. And you better hope they don't fucking rape her. Because they're going to rape her and all of her children, including the boy, in front of you. And then they're going to blow your fucking brains out. And they're going to stage you. And they're just going to make you look like a veteran He finally, he fucking gave it to him. He gave him an out. You fucking idiot. And then they're gonna blow your fucking brain out. See?
So, yeah, like I said, this whole shit, with, again, this was, let me go back to the beginning. The date on this, isn't there a date? I could have sworn I had screen recorded a date. There it is. Okay. This was April 6th, 2023. So exactly 2 years and 5 months ago. So essentially 2.5 years ago. That's when you did this bullshit. But now all of a sudden you're a defender of freedom, you're a minister. But just this time last year, you were a craft practicing witch publicly. But because of all the backlash of you admitting that, and all of your, loss of support and loss of subscribers, and now people are saying that allegedly you've been purchasing subscriber bot packages. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, that's some pathetic ass shit if you really are doing that. That's just pathetic. Especially as much as you talk shit about Storm and everybody else allegedly doing that. At the end of the day, one thing I cannot stand is someone who is super duper fake calling everybody else out for being fake when it's you being fake. You are projecting onto a bunch of people. Because again, an advocate doesn't say bullshit like this. Especially not over the next bitch. Let me be real with y'all. If a motherfucker picks another chick over you, let him live with his karma and his headache. I guarantee you, he gonna get tired of her after a while. That's always how it goes. When they thought the grass was greener and they figured out it wasn't. Sometimes they thought the grass was greener and it was greener. I feel like in your case, in this situation, Nikki's grass was greener than yours. It's not like she got a huge prize. It's Goomba, who really allegedly likes men, allegedly. According to the YouTube streets, they say he loves men more than women. That's fine. I'm bisexual. Just living your truth. Because when I seen that nigga that had on eyeliner and fake lashes, I was like, okay, I know what it is. You just one of them closeted, don't want to come out the closet, but it's very obvious you're in the closet type dude. And a domicile submissive man is perfect for a dominatrix that's used to dominating and bullying people. So yeah, if you're a defender of freedom and you're an advocate for survivors of sexual abuse, it needs to start aligning with your frequency. Because that's not what's aligning here. Because according to this, you're being listed in this case as an alleged accomplice. That's what they're saying, is that you were allegedly a part of it. Now, I want to show y'all this before I end the live. because as I was researching is when I came across this. Jaguar Wright reveals her son interned at Jay-Z's Rock Nation, and they approached to sacrifice his mother. He refused, and he was mysteriously later found dead. This is an old Twitter post. Now again, why when you tell the story of Giovanni, you never divulged that he interned at Rock Nation? Why was that information never released? So this is the expanded version of the tweet. Again, Jaguar Wright reveals her son interned at Jay-Z's Rock Nation, and they approached to sacrifice his mother. He refused, and he was mysteriously later found dead. This is exactly what Cat Williams and Kanye West have said about celebrities sacrificing loved ones. Cat refers to a speculated belief that in order to reach certain heights in the entertainment industry, one must sacrifice a loved one and tote the line politically in exchange for fame and wealth. So, can y'all now understand why I keep saying what I keep saying about her cooning for president grabbing by the pussy? All of a sudden now you want to be political? All of a sudden now you're proud to be invited to Mar-a-Lago? Right at the heightened time of all this shit coming out about Jay-Z being named in that hearing about the girl from the VMAs. Did y'all notice that timeline? That right after all that shit popped off, all of a sudden she's getting invited to go to Mar-a-Lago? Because remember that happened while I was still aligned with Jaguar. They had told the family not to tell anybody, but we knew about that shit back at the end of December when ODZ put it out there. That's why when they sent that bullshit ass strike and I responded, and it was worded, and even though it was in ODZ's email address, I could tell it was her by the way the communication was coming. Talking about, well, can you tell us how you knew? Because I let the cat out of the bag about her being invited to Mar-a-Lago after that fuck shit. How did you know? Because your nigga called while you were allegedly asleep. According to him, he did that quite often, made phone calls when you were asleep. And every time I would ask him, where is sis at? She sleep. And why the fuck is this nigga calling me when she sleep? So some of them rumors about Old Musty are true. But the one thing I know I told him to tell you was not to go. Because when you went, you lost a lot of credibility in the black community. And you also made it look like, to any survivor, like no one's going to hear them. No one's going to listen. No one's going to take them serious. Because if she's supposed to be the whistleblower and she's with them, those women that you claimed were victims are going to feel like now they have no one to be a voice for them from within the industry that actually knows enough to stop it. You've been hollering all these years that Jay-Z and Beyonce and Diddy are evil, and you have not produced 1 ounce of evidence. Instead, you've acted out, you acted an ass, you've done all types of things in the public eye to get attention that have not necessarily been positive things. And now this. Why would Giovanni have ever been interning at Rock Nation if Jay-Z was who you said he is? I really need you to explain that, because that don't make no damn sense whatsoever. So Jay-Z's a monster, but you send your son to go intern. For what? Like I said, something in the milk ain't clean. Everybody is not a troll. Everybody's not lying on you. It's just looking more and more, Jaguar, like all of your lies are getting caught up with you. But this one right here, that's a pretty big clue in this entire case. And even how this goes on, like I said, to say, tote the line politically in exchange for fame and wealth. Kanye West said his mama was sacrificed and named big names who allegedly sacrificed a loved one. He also dropped names like Michael Jordan, Jay-Z, and Beyonce, LeBron, and how a lot of people in Hollywood come up missing. And soon as Kanye said that, they had that man locked up. They had him drugged. The Kardashians were making it seem like he was nuts, he was crazy, because all of them are allegedly involved in this shit. But the irony that he dropped Jay-Z and Beyonce's name, and then right after them, LeBron, who also has been MIA since that viral video of him on live with Diddy rapping and shit. Left the NBA, left social media, started doing commercials. Notice none of them have come to Diddy's defense. Have y'all noticed that all these celebrities that have gone silent or have left the country or have left social media, not one of them have said anything in defense of Diddy. Not one of them, honestly. Other than Kanye all of a sudden now saying, free my nigga Diddy. Yeah, free Diddy because he can expose your ass too. So either they want him to be freed so that he doesn't expose them, or they're being silent. Riri hasn't said a motherfucking thing since any of this shit popped off. Not one goddamn thing. Neither has Beyonce. And Jay-Z only started speaking because of that shit with Ramir, and with all the accusations making headlines. See, they don't care until it's in the blogs. It can be on social media all day long, but once it's in the blogs, well, now we've got to make a statement, and he's got to, do a pity party about how, he doesn't understand why people are on social media calling him a Satanist. Meanwhile, you constantly, promote symbols, pledging your allegiance to Aleister Crowley, the founder of the Church of Satan, and you have the clothing line named after him, Mr. Do As Thou Wilt, which is why I chose that photo for the thumbnail. He's wearing his own fucking satanic gear in the thumbnail. So the fuck you mean, why are people calling you a Satanist, sir? Well, because you've projected and portrayed yourself as one. All the symbolism. People don't do symbolism unless they're communicating with symbols. Mr. 33rd degree Mason. Mr. Member of the Black Brotherhood on the lowest ranking of the pyramid, the Illuminati pyramid, is the Black Brotherhood. I often wondered if your beef with Diddy was about ranking in the Illuminati. Or is it true that you and Diddy had a sexual bromance relationship, allegedly? Because, that's been going around for decades, just like, Diddy's alleged relationship with Clyde, been going around since the fucking, ever since he got put on by Clyde, technically. So again, it just seems like all these people keep being connected and all these people keep covering for one another and creating distractions in the media so that no one will focus on the children that are missing. And all of you have kids, Jaguar, Jay-Z, and Diddy. Now, to my knowledge, I don't think Clive Davis has children, to my knowledge. But I know all of y'all do. So, is the cremation of consciousness a thing where you guys forget that you yourselves have children while you allegedly participate in the sacrifice of other people's children, allegedly? Did you just forget that that could easily be your kids too? That just because you participate doesn't mean that they won't come for your kids when you choose not to participate, Jaguar Wright? You still have a son living. If anything, you should be working to protect Sam from them. If this is true, what you're saying, that Jay-Z and them are responsible for Giovanni's murder, that's what you've been saying for years, all over social media. Not one time did you say, I took my son to intern for him. Not one time. And because you so explicitly detailed to go, to Goomba, what they were going to do to him, I would think that you had to have known that that's what they were going to do to Giovanni. You said you had a dream about it, and y'all moved hotels, and you tried to save him. If you were trying to save him, why was he ever interned in that Rock Nation? Jay-Z and Diddy are evil. Clive Davis is evil. You've been saying that. So why involve your son in the industry at all? Why not protect your children from the industry? That's why Sam is over there all on Trashy K's channel, everybody else's channel that don't fuck with you. Danny Robertson. I realize that he fucks with all the channels that don't fuck with you. That's your son. The only one you got left. And Giovanni came to me in his ascended, mastered form, in his celestial form. And you had the audacity to lie and say, well, Grace saw Giovanni and he said you were a snake. Meanwhile, you and Grace were said snakes. Not just to me, to other people. And you turned on everybody that participated with you in the events of February 9th, which I also called. I said, everybody involved is going to turn on her. There's going to be some deaths that are going to happen behind this, and not from me, from the spiritual realm. And it's going to be people getting locked up and losing their freedom behind this shit. And unfortunately, some of y'all brought curses upon your own children and didn't even realize that by participating in that. As much as it did hurt me to hear that Murph passed away, I wasn't that surprised. I was shocked, but I wasn't, when I really thought about it, yeah, well, I saw 5 deaths, so that was one of them. As much as you guys think your Baphomet, your Lucifer, your Satan are powerful, the Most High God is bigger than all of your earthly deities, all of your fallen angels, all of your demons, your familiar spirits, the powers, the principalities. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places. You only have any sort of authority on this planet because it belongs to the fallen. And Lucifer was an angel of light that transformed to an angel of deceptive light, deception, trying to personify a deity that it could never be. So we have to ask ourselves, was Giovanni killed or did she sacrifice him? That is now a valid question, Jaguar Wright. After all this shit, it's a valid question. You can be mad at people speculating, but it's your own behavior that's making all of us speculate. Because even though it was the wrong type of fame, you did get famous after he was killed. You started doing interviews everywhere. You were all over YouTube. My heart broke for you as a mother who's lost 5 to miscarriage. Like, I legit felt horrible that damn they took her son for speaking out. Did they? Or did you deliver him to them the way that you just said Goomba delivered Nikki and her kids? See, I have to remember all the crazy shit I've heard you say on this YouTube. That took the cake with Goomba. That took the cake. I don't like Courtney Burgess, Uncle Ruku, don't trust them new niggas looking ass. However, when he said that you sacrificed Giovanni, he said it with a lot of conviction as if he knew it to be true. And even then, I went off on him because I supported you. But finding this today, finding this particular article, and I stumbled up on this just when I was searching for thumbnails to use for my thumbnail, and this popped up. Then, of course, the interview with Trafficking, who you call Transrena Keevy. I don't know if that's her real name or not. The interview she did with Sam also popped up. It is sad that you don't have a good relationship with your only living son. It's very sad. But there's a reason Sam is doing these interviews about you, and I don't think he's clout chasing. Now, he definitely has the gift of storytelling like you do, 1000%. But the things that he had to say about you were very negative. And I just was like, damn. The fact that he has any sort of sanity is nothing short of a miracle, given what that young man's been through and exposed to. A lot of toxic energy, a lot of unhealed energy. And I'm sure a lot of fucking embarrassment as well. And according to your son, he said that you and Giovanni did not have a good relationship either. So again, I have to consider, is it possible that Giovanni was a sacrifice for Jaguar? Think about it, if this was the son you was getting into it with, allegedly. Why would you even take him to Rock Nation? Then next thing you know, you're viral everywhere. For all the wrong reasons, mind you, but you're so viral everywhere. I think about in just the short time I've gotten to know you, all the super chats, super stickers, memberships, donations, you did attract a certain level of fame. It was just negative attention, negative attention being positively rewarded, just like all the real reality bullshit shows. Now the wealth part, I don't know, because I wasn't all in your business like that. But it definitely seems like you were rewarded after that. Which is really sad. If any of this is true, it's just extremely sad. And I hope more than anything that your son, Sam Jr., is able to find his healing one day. Looks like he's on the path to it, but I really hope he finds it. See, before I did see where the two of you reconnected, but I also saw you sabotage it. I did see that. As a high vibrational spiritualist, I do hope you choose healing one day. I really do. So that you can get on the correct side. But as long as you are resonating with the evil side, you're going to reap what you sow. And the Most High God's going to make sure that you don't get away with the things you allegedly participated in. I'm going to keep following this case to see what activities are going on from today up until October 14th. But I think that just like everybody else whose name is on this list, that you need to go to court. You need to prove your innocence in a court of law. Because while you have said a lot of very incredible things, you have not said one actual credible thing and proved it. So, with that being said, I'm going to end the live. I went way longer than I intended. But I hope you guys got something from it. I hope some people got educated. Sorry I didn't get to all of your comments. Oh wow, there was a lot. Let's see. Asudu, I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. If this is your first time tuning in, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. Says, I'm not surprised someone can't see so much and not be a part of it. Somewhere she's a double agent. Thank you. That's exactly my sentiments. There's no way you knew all of that shit and weren't a part of it, especially when you said they're not going to need me for this one. You admitted, I mean, if I were a judge, seriously, I'd have you on trial right now for that shit that you said. The first question I would ask is, how could you possibly know all of this if you never participated? Is this all hearsay? Is this what somebody told you? Because it's giving it's what you allegedly participated in. Then Cody said, how are you going to call yourself a defender of freedom when you threatened to stage a military veteran would be framed for snapping and miss me with the BS? Exactly. Absolutely. Riri, thank you for tuning in. She said, if she doesn't turn up, will it get her another warrant? It's going to depend, because what I know, I mean, pretty much if she doesn't get dismissed from the case, she's required to show up to court. She's absolutely required to show up. And again, if this is a Zoom hearing, what difference does it make? Now, if it's a hearing where she has to appear in person, which I do know that case isn't that case supposed to be happening this month? The case of her being accused of stealing a Penske truck for not returning it. I do believe yeah, because her and Odz said that she was going to have to travel to Texas in September for that hearing. So I need to look that up to see, what's going on with that. Because for that one, he said she would have to go up here in person, which means she would be traveling here to Texas sometime this month, which might be why she asked to get dismissed from this hearing. Also, now I realize that's why she was tripping about the whole grand larceny accusations of YouTube and the fundraising, because you got some shit already going on. You got a lot going on already. Between that case with the Penske truck and now this Diddy shit, you got a whole lot going on. Plus the YouTube investigations about the fundraisers. And you know, it really is true that rejection is God's protection. See, y'all thought y'all was slick doing that shit behind my back and not telling me about it. That was definitely God protecting me. Because now the people being investigated for grand larceny schemes for damn sure it ain't me. It's you and Natanya getting investigated for that. Miss Williams, thank you for tuning in, my love. Neptune said, it's the audacity of her to fool us by acting like she's an advocate for victims. But then later we find out that she allegedly was and probably still with the shits and probably working for Jay-Z. Exactly. Like I said, when I came across that article today about Giovanni working at or interning at Rock Nation, I'm like, nigga, what? That don't go in alignment with the story you've been telling about this man being a monster to you and him allegedly taking a a box cutter to her neck. Now, I'm not saying that Jay-Z didn't do that shit. Trust me, I'm not saying that. Because I don't know. I don't know what he did. I believe that he is just as capable of doing some fucked up shit, just like her and Diddy. I feel like all of them are capable of that, and I feel like all of them allegedly were involved in this shit together. That's my personal opinion. I'm entitled to that. But it don't make sense that your son was interning at Rock Nation during the times that you were hollering at the top of your lungs that he's this horrible person. You said that shit on the Piers Morgan interview. You said that Jay-Z and Beyonce were a nasty little couple and that they were just as evil as Diddy. You said that you're gonna have to respond, Sean. You called this man out. You said all this shit about him. And not only you, a lot of other people have said the same thing. That's why I said I'm not saying he ain't did the shit. He probably did do the shit, allegedly. But what I am saying is for you, ma'am, your credibility is about as thin as a piece of damn ice. Because just like Neptune Pisces said, you had all of us believing all these years that you were this truth teller, whistleblower, trying to get advocacy for victims, trying to get victims' voices heard. That's why the fuck all of us supported you. It wasn't just me. We all did. And then all this shit coming out. Now, what you would normally say is that, well, they're using all this against me because I'm telling the truth and, you know, they don't want the truth to be told. More like they're probably exposing you because you allegedly participated with them. Like, nah, my nigga, you not finna snitch on us and then act like you weren't a part of it. No, we're gonna make sure that the world knows you were a part of it too. Allegedly. And let's be honest, that's the right thing. If you really were a part of it, all of y'all need to be exposed. All of y'all. But this, I know so much, but I'm innocent bullshit. You can kiss my black ass with that, and you can miss me with all of that whole ass stupid ass shit. Anybody believing that you know, you just know all this information about all these people. You know everybody fucking business. But you didn't participate in shit, man, come on. Just stop. Everybody always kept saying, how does Jaguar know all this about all these people? Well, a double agent who's a good double agent is good at convincing people that they aren't who they say they are, and they're good at convincing people when they have a double life. All of these characters that have come into play since, you know, you've been trolling on YouTube. We got Courtney Burgess that then came into play. Ain't nobody never heard of his ass. Talking about he been in the hip hop industry for 35 years and he worked with Pac. Nigga, no, you didn't. Lying ass. Ain't nobody never heard of your motherfucking ass. Looking like the real fucking Uncle Ben's Rice looking ass. Ain't nobody never heard of you. Up here talking about he got a damn Freemason cane looking like that shit came off fucking Timu. Talking about he's close with Jay-Z. Who gives a shit? In this climate, I wouldn't think nobody would be bragging about being close with Jay-Z or Diddy. Then we got Ariel Mitchell Kid, who's allegedly another mistress of Jay-Z's. Allegedly. Just like people kept saying Claudia was a mistress of Jay-Z and Diddy, allegedly. I don't think I've heard anything from Tony Busby at all. You know, the 200 plus victims he had. Why the fuck? It's like, where was the advocacy for them? Why in the entire fuck were those over 200 people never put on the stand? What's really going on? Because if the judges and the attorneys and the police officers that received all of these reports and accusations, if they're all in on it together, then that might explain why we never heard from any Tony Busby's victims. That might also explain why we've never heard from any of Jaguar's. Because maybe it's too many involved in spiritual wickedness in high places. Maybe it's too many of y'all that have collectively done these satanic sexual rituals and these satanic animal and or human sacrifice rituals. Maybe the rumors about the Diddy parties, specifically the white parties, wasn't rumors. Maybe it was real. Because the same act that they did on the front yard of CERN, where they, you know, they're now saying it was a, it was just theater. No, they did a whole satanic ritual with a virgin in a white gown on the grounds of CERN in front of Shiva, a god that requires sacrifice. People always want to say you're conspiracy theorists when they are not patient nor educated enough to actually research shit. I think between these next two hearings, it's about to be a shift, Jaguar, in your world. And if I were you, and you were involved in this shit, it'd be better for you to come forward now. As Sudu said, Jag been a part of it. She's there to fool survivors into coming to her as a fake advocate so she could shut it down before it comes out. I'm not gonna lie to you, I believe that. I do. Like I said, I believe she was sent to me. She was sent to my channel. Because I told y'all, I've been talking about this shit on Facebook since damn near, I want to say I started talking about it in 2008. I kind of backed off of it. But in 2011, I started going really hard with it. And then 2012, even more. And then in 2013 is when I did the Truth Theory group on my old Facebook page. because, you know, people were calling me a conspiracy theorist, and until all the conspiracies that I told them about started manifesting, then those same people started DMing me, D, what's going to happen next? Well, just pay attention. You'll know. I feel like your alleged involvement, Jaguar, is getting exposed. And I think Diddy is in a place where he's going to take everybody down with him. Especially once he knows definitively that he's never getting out. Oh, he's going to snitch on all of y'all, just like you told him to. And I think the snitching on you, probably for him, is satisfactory. Because you have been pretending to be a truth teller, an advocate. And if you are who we think you might be, which is completely full of shit, of course he's going to expose that about you. Because you've been coming for him and Jay-Z. So any dirt he has on you, oh, he's putting it out there. The worst thing you ever did was try to go viral. So again, it makes me wonder, is it possible that you could have been in that car with the young ladies that were being taken to Diddy's house? It's definitely possible if the dates were different. But it would absolutely have to come from someone on the inside. Yeah, that's what it would take. It would take somebody who allegedly participated with you. Oh shit, they said that's who's going to expose her. Okay, well, Ancestor just gave me that. So like I said, all of your ace and your day ones and these different men and women that you've seduced over the years, allegedly, you mad because all these different people are speaking out, but there's a reason for that. You've hurt a lot of people because you're not healed, you know, and hurt people do hurt people, but you're still held accountable for your behavior. But yeah, I do think it's very possible that you could have drove these girls. And again, it could have possibly been on a different date. Who knows? Eventually we will. Right now, what I know is that you and a lot of people have been behaving very oddly lately. Very odd. Your involvement will get displayed. And from what I also just heard in the 5D, some of these people that are survivors are very upset with you right now because they thought they could come to you and get their voices heard, and they're pissed off that they haven't been able to do that. So yeah, it's multiple people out in these YouTube streets saying that allegedly you helped to sacrifice and to traffic them. Y'all remember when she said during multiple of my lives, when Jaguar said that she constantly monitors the dark web to see what videos are being shopped and who's being sold. If any of you on this live right now remember that, just put the letter J in the chat. Because I remember her saying that multiple times. She was like, I monitor the dark web to see, you know, who's getting sold and what's getting shopped. And my thing is, first of all, why are you monitoring the dark web if you're not some sort of CIA agent? Number two, if you can see that movies and shit that is disgusting is being shopped and or that children are being sold, why aren't you doing anything to stop it? Thank you for the J's. Now let me see this. What she said, she doesn't want the truth coming out. Adria said Jag used to be a driver for the girls. Jag said she used to have girls working for her. Jag keeps trying to shut down survivors. Why? Exactly. Because she did say that. She even said it on the Pierce Morgan interview when he asked her how she had evidence, and she said, well, we had body cams. She said we had body cams. So a lot of these girls have footage on their body cams. And remember how she said it was incriminating, but yet none of it was ever revealed. I watched when Lamisha told Jag, I recognize you from the clubs, and Jag started calling her crazy and being rude, speaking over her so she couldn't give details. Why would an innocent person do that? True. Very true. Very true. Unfortunately for me, Lamisha I never saw her as anyone credible because I could tell she was always under the influence of, allegedly under the influence of substances. However, at this point, I don't deny anything that anyone is saying about Jaguar because it's probably the truth. I do feel like Adria, Lamisha, her, all these different people, I feel like they've all been kind of staged for us. Like, civilian life is a gigantic stage. It's a play, right? I feel like all these characters were scheduled to enter at a specific time to cause a distraction. Look how long Adria was trending on YouTube and Instagram and everywhere. She saw her moment, she took it. The last time I saw her, she was advertising trafficking weed on YouTube with Courtney. Stupid as hell, acting like he's some kind of fat ass, ugly ass pimp. So again, it's like all of y'all involved that have called yourselves whistleblowing have honestly just made it worse for everyone involved. And the way that you made it worse is you made it harder for victims for their voices to be heard. Because now you've created this ideal of people lying for clout when there are true victims who are survivors trying to still heal from this shit, which is why I'm starting Forever Freedom. So did you help traffic girls to Diddy's house? I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. And thank you everybody that tuned in tonight. Thank you everybody who participated in the chat. Sorry I didn't get to all your chats because I've been in my zone and trying to still share screen with the screenshots. I just want people to start really thinking, kind of like I do with the very analytical part of your brain, that this woman has all the deeds on everybody, Like literally everybody. She has all the deets on people. So it's either, I mean, you talked about Charleston White. You called him a snitch. You said that he was an undercover agent. I remember hearing you say multiple times during your lives about people calling you an agent. It's honestly given that though. It's definitely giving double agent, like you're an agent to try to find out who all are predators, to quote unquote protect women. But then you're also an agent that allegedly is involved in potentially trafficking women, allegedly. So, you know, it's just like and what was it, in 2013 when that pastor pretended to be an advocate for people who had been discriminated against because of being part of the LGBTQIA community, but behind closed doors he was also on the committee for the Christians that wanted all the LGBTQIA community members to no longer be living. It was like by day he's an advocate, but by night he's a bigot. That's what it's giving with you, Jaguar. It's giving all these different personalities, and in certain settings you're this, and in other settings you're that. Regardless, the shit you said about Nikki and her kids and his mama was ridiculous. If a nigga don't want you, just accept that shit and move on. And learn how to love yourself. At damn near 50, it's sad that you still haven't learned to love yourself. That's the first thing you need to do, is work on loving who you are. And to those who asked, yes, I do believe the setup with the safe house was a setup to try to get rid of me. 1000%. Which is why I said no. I do believe, yes, it was a great chance I could have got trafficked from that household. It was also a great chance I could have ended up dead. What better way to get rid of the one truth teller that's presenting the satanic ritual calendar? What better way to get rid of them than to send them to a quote unquote safety house where they cannot communicate with the outside world and would probably never have been seen nor heard from again by the outside world had I even accepted that offer. God allows everything to happen for a reason. If the events on February 9th would not have taken place, I would not have decided to look at you from a different perspective. I would have still been defending you. I would have still been supporting you. So at the end of the day, I'm grateful for what no longer aligned. But now I want to know the real truth about you. I want to know how involved you were in these rituals. Because you saying to him, they're not going to need me for this one, it's like I see you all over that calendar now. Under all of the satanic holidays where they're talking about, you know, animal and or human sacrifice, male or female, infant or animal. Maybe there's a part of you that just shuts off because of all the unhealed trauma, and when you shut that part of you off, you become very dangerous. It's just a matter of time. Everything's going to happen in divine timing. But if the Most High God is giving you a chance to make things right spiritually, you need to do that. And at this point, I hope that you can. For the sake of your own only living son, I hope you can make shit right. I wonder when is the last time anyone's heard from Sam. Last time I heard him making any noise online was that Trafficking interview months ago. Divine timing is everything. A lot of people's karma, both good and bad, is manifesting. It's just crazy to me. It's so crazy to see all of this coming to fruition. And all I keep hearing is the wages of sin is death. I keep hearing that scripture over and over. Always thank God for what didn't work out, family. And always remember that rejection is God's protection. You can want to believe in a person so much, but if it ain't in them, it ain't in them. And the sooner that you release that person, the better. Doesn't matter how long you've known them. If you find that your frequencies do not align, cut them off. That way that dead space can make room for people that deserve your energy. So again, I want to thank everybody that tuned in tonight. Thank you for engaging in the chat. For those who would like to support my channel, because I don't use super stickers or super chats or memberships, feel free to send your donation to my Cash App or VENMO, scrolling across the bottom of the screen as well as pinned in the chat. I've got to figure out how I can do the watch party for the making of the bad boy. That's actually what I want to do soon, if I can get that to work, because there's a whole lot of commentary on that I want to give, and I want us to review that together. But I also wanted to show y'all just a few, details more than what has been said. Oh my God, it's almost 5. I gotta get up in just a few hours. So family, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for everybody who tuned in for the first time tonight. Thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Subscribe and turn on your notification bell. That way you get notified every time I go live or upload. And again, for those who are not already, make sure that you do tune in to my Rumble channel for all of my uncensored content. because I honestly did censor quite a bit of this live tonight, but the next one will not be censored because it will be solely on Rumble. Y'all make sure that you hit follow and subscribe on my Rumble channel for all of my uncensored content. And for those who would like a psychic reading, like I said, I'll have some availability later today. Feel free to follow me at Aligned Manifestations by D on Instagram. You can DM me, or you can even DM me on TikTok under JustDeeShow, or you can DM me on Instagram under JustDeeShow. For my JustDeeShow page, you do need to be following me, otherwise they will send your messages to the spam folder. So reach out if you'd like to schedule a personal reading. My 15-minute readings are the angel number 4444. For a half hour video consultation is $88.88, and for 1 hour it's $144.44. So feel free to let me know if you'd like to get a live psychic reading or a video consultation, spiritual consultation. So family, again, thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget to hit the like button on your way out, and don't forget to hit the like button on your way in. All right, family, y'all have a beautiful day. And again, shout out to all of my DzPeepz. Shout out to any new subscribers that subscribed tonight. Thank you for supporting my channel. Y'all don't forget to share this video. Leave comments afterwards. Let me know what you think. Let me know your opinion. Do you guys believe Jaguar Wright is innocent and that Ariel Mitchell Kid and Diddy are making all this shit up for this hearing that's next month? Or do you believe it's possible that she could have actually, been a part of the trafficking of the ladies who are alleging that they were sexually abused by Diddy? Drop down the comments. Let me know what y'all think. Have a beautiful day, family.